Good move. Bum 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 baka baka bum 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 baka baka bum 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 baka 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 bida-da-boom bida-da-boom.
At least you're consistently wrong. Change it to burp girth. Okay, that makes sense. Did I spell that right? No, it's an I. Burp girth. I like that better. It's not length. So burp girth equals the sound's length, and we're burping, and the alarm is set to the burp girth. Good. Now, how do we identify if it's... We're not going to be able to identify the Canada thing yet. We'll just have to make that random for now. Looks like we're losing Brewcam. We'll just go ahead and miss out on... Olives, guess what? You just got yourself your Slack Pack remote, my man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. Yes, it did work. Yes, it did work. So I went to the printers on Wednesday. I've been in a battle trying to get these to turn out the way that I want them to. I went to... Marlick's going for 8. Oh, Marlick, you lost. Marlick, you just dropped the potato. No. What was the score? You suck. You suck. You guys suck. You suck. I beat you. You all suck. Oh, what? How did they not get blocked? In a world where retro Twitch streamers do NES marathons, there was one man on a journey to do a completely original marathon all his own, known as the Hourcathlon. Nailed it! It didn't even sound like it was simple before. Before it was Luke Skywalker, making out with his sister and lightsabers. And that's what I remember about Star Wars.
Sir, can you classify as human?
Negative. I am a meat pop.
Fjord, Björgen.
About as bad as a fight can go. Oh, wait, how did I die? The boss died. How did I die? When I died, I looked up and I still had life left. That was weird, right? Double KO? Huh?
We're gonna skip one of the Wilson walls. We're gonna attempt to. We're going to attempt to skip one of the Wilson walls. We're gonna attempt to skip one of the Wilson walls. We are going to attempt to skip one of the Wilson walls. We are going to attempt to skip one of the Wilson walls. We are going to attempt to skip one of the Wilson walls. Like that. First try. About yourself and about speedrunning by doing a short game. I would imagine that there's a good amount of people.
People should listen to me as I have 2 speedruns up on speedrun.com and am the clear authority on the topic. Keep in mind that I'm the 200th fastest CV1 player.
You should. Yeah, Matt D is correct.
Even my
Back blast. Yeah, that's where you, if you were a police officer and you had the smashy thing for doors.
Freezing boom!
You take your smashy thing and you back blast the back door. And you can drink coffee. That allows you to go faster. Let's go! Come on, spoons! Good guys! Oh, I just took out T-83 I did with 1 shot. I did a critical hit. I should look this way. Excuse me. All right. Oh, I missed some stuff. Nintendo Natalie's still in there. Defending herself from Warlord Zen, who is not only armored up, but is also coffee boosted. Nintendo Natalie, you're doing fantastic. Take out Warlord Zen! Get him! Yes! You're still alive! Guys, we're winning! The spoons are winning! No, don't step in it! That's poop! Oh! Oh, no! It's all right, we're still winning. J-Games, she's new! Yes! The first win in like 3 days, ladies and gentlemen! Alright, we're gonna get this guy today. Wait a minute. I didn't get the fire? What a fail. What a fail. I'm talking about. We got a chance now, Spoons. No, we don't. Shit. 0. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about! Holy cow! That was amazing! Wow! Take that, you stupid buckets! You just came face to face with Zero the Hero! You saw. Very good!
Why don't you hit both blocks and jump off the shell?
It can be done. Did you hit my chair? I'm sorry. Once. I heard that one time that while streaming, Money Mercs accidentally went be right back and didn't realize that he didn't change the scene, and it was him. And just off of camo, the taco is 1,000% better than a. Whoa, 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 whoa. Weevilo, what happened? We'll be happy to hear I got volcano tacos and burrito yesterday. Oh, you're saying that the taco, the volcano taco from Taco Bell is better than the burrito. You're not saying as a whole tacos are better than burritos. Okay, good. Holy shit. Go.
Paste my number. Yeah.
Matt D.
I mean, that kind of stuff might work on Matt D, but that's not going to work on me.
Makes me happy that Matt D is here, even though he kind of sucks. I hope the mic's too far away. I don't think you heard
He
that.
definitely heard that.
I'm hungry. I am kind of hungry, too. We got a long drive ahead of us. Oh, wow. Brood has a big one. Baking a tray of blueberry muffins. Take 4 cups of milk. Add 3 cups of wheat flour. A tray of pumpkin muffins takes 2 cups of milk and 3 cups of wheat flour. A baker has 16 cups of milk and 15 cups of wheat flour. You make $3 profit per tray of blueberry muffins and $2 profit per tray of pumpkin muffins. How many trays of each type of muffin should you make to maximize your profits? Cut it now. Poops and farts. Hey, Char, we got a new song. Listen to it. It's really good. You ready? Sometimes you poop when you fart. All day long we use our butts for poops and farts. Poops and farts. If you try real hard, sometimes you poop when you fart. Poops and farts. Sing it with me. You got it. Well done. Good job, everybody. If you try real hard, sometimes you poop when you fart. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's natural.
Ice cream beer, who is the doomie?
Oh, we're so stupid. Oh. What happened? Lien, Lon Gandorf, Qui est vert Veteridor, Par Chance, Latoris Norris Morris, Von Lamandy, Mons Mass Massacre, Don't Sell Heroin, Pet Tire, Teleporte, Montage, Delamort, Unicycle. Got myself with Unicycle. Shit. Qui. Heroes all on the try. I didn't miss you. Welcome in, ZG. How's it going? This guy's gonna slowly kick me to death. I hate that. Ooh, smash. Good save, good save. Jump. Oh, I jumped too soon. That was too fast. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Gale the Fail Whale. A nice wall, the wailing wall. Damn it! Alright, let's see if we got the manip. Oh, we didn't get it! Crap! It's alright. It's alright, I'm not mad. Oh shit, I am now! Completely my fault. Nice timing on the farge on each other and create mass destruction. No, it is terrible. They're killing each other. It's just a bunch of like emotes smashing into each other. Hi, honey.
Hi. Are you done?
No, they're just taking it outside for a battle.
I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna get mother of the cheese. We have to use this. So we get
Sure.
Okay.
Question.
I think Go ahead.
You can do that.
I'll figure it.
My package is sturdy and fearsome. Those are two great descriptive words to describe someone's package. Terrible sound. You should do better. What if I maybe I have to do this? Don't fall out, coffee. That's bad. I need a sound that sounds better than that. I want something that goes ting. Oh, trying to reach enlightenment here. I haven't got a chance to look at that.
You are a sweatheart slackinator.
That was the girliest scream you've ever heard in your life. It's because I don't have a voice. But if you look right here, exactly right here on the screen while I'm jumping, for just a brief moment, that's where the third leg appears. It'll be on the way down.
Oh, aha! I did it! I did it! I did it, everybody! I did it! Good morning, everybody. Holy shit! Ah! Top of the weenus to ya, ladies. Have we hit maximum dumb? We already broke. Yep, we're there. We're there. We did it. Ladies. Tommy, you need to record your intro? Okay. I'm pretty terrible at putting things in. Good morning, Archimedes. LA. At LA. Coding stream, brewing stream. No coding or brewing. Morning, Ronjo. Here the 14th. Sarvempa. Ugly Owl, buddy. Guy. Old school. Your oldest daughter is a 2-time state dance champ. Really? My wife wants me to take ballroom dancing lessons with her, and I probably will. I think it'll be fun. And good morning, Zombie. Shaggy Man. Chief. Courtney. Marlick. PCB. Grand Designs. Oh, it's Keyboard Cowboy. You're right. I got you. Yep. I got you. LA. I got you. I need you over there modding the YouTube chat anyways. Zombie, that may be the weirdest thing ever written in my chat. Sweet Jesus, on a bicycle. My dog farted and moved away. Now I wear it. I doubt it. What's up, Matt? Well, that's not what I want. I want spawn counter. Spawn counter. Oof. Powder. Mods in here, you don't say. Oh, Zombie? Did I mod you over there too? I need as many mods in YouTube as I can get because that's stupid over there sometimes. That's not true. Stop pressing the wrong button, me. It's not true. There's specifically one person on YouTube that trolls me. No. We're just getting to practice the things and stuff. All right, so we're gonna practice the things and stuff. Show us your bloobs. No, I don't want to. Hey, I'm gonna say this about 10 times today because I find that it's very important to say and clarify. I had a great conversation with Chambers about his Double Dragon attempt that you asked me 2 weeks ago. I would have told you is 100% spliced based solely on one aspect of the run that I found to be glaringly proof of it being spliced. But it was due to my not understanding, and I had a great conversation with him where he showed me why he did what he did, and I understand why he did what he did, and I don't think that he spliced that run together. Now, he uses the machine gun glitch at the end, so I still don't, and he was banned from Twin Galaxies, so it doesn't change the fact that my run is still the world record. but I feel that it is important to admit when you're wrong. And my previous assumption that he spliced his run together is false. Well, I guess I can't prove whether he spliced the run together or not, but the reason why I believed it was a spliced run was explained, and it is I was incorrect. Oh, I didn't even see that bubble there. You're classy, Courtney. No, I think it's important. He was able to take time out of his schedule to get together with me, poop, and explain why he did in the wall section, why he walked past that first trigger, which to me, the only way you could walk past that first trigger is if you knew what was happening. And I'm wrong. When you loop the stage, which I never do and never have. You hype? Man, that's terrible. When you loop that stage, you're ahead. You are farther to the right side of the screen than you are, and you can walk past that first trigger. I didn't know that. Without that knowledge, it is, to me, obvious that the only way to walk past that is if you knew it wasn't going to trigger the blocks, and you couldn't do that without saving. That's not true. When you loop the screen, it acts differently, and that's important. Marlick is wrong all the time. I've never known Marlick to be wrong. Was it a YouTube video or a live run? It was uploaded to YouTube. I don't think he did it live, though he was doing live attempts. So why did he push left before? Matt, so when he's scrolling the screen, well, let's do it. Let's take a second and I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what happens. Where's it at? Oh, it's DD. Cold today. Tiger, it's cold here as well. The more you know with Slack. Yeah, it's you clearly haven't talked. I've never talked to you. Oh, this is gonna be weird because I have to play through. So you guys will notice right here, these blocks come out, and this was my reason for thinking that he didn't do it. These blocks come out, and there's no way to walk through. But I want you guys to look on the far side of the screen. We are in. Think of this stage. Well, like Zelda 2 says pages. This is page 1, page 2, page 3 as you progress. So this is page 1. In this page, when you are here, the game loads in the logic of this page, which is these blocks. So let me finish the blocks. Okay, and you can deal with them that way. We are still on page 1. When we scroll the screen farther, we're going to get to page 2. As soon as the screen scrolls to a certain spot, it says, okay, we're in the next area of the game. Activate all of the things that are activated in the next area of the game, which is these chins. And my death, by the looks of it. Oh, I don't have anything upgraded here. Hold on. Throw the knife. I need to upgrade some stuff. I'm just trying to get some skills unlocked. Ow, piss. There we go. So now, the screen is scrolling. We are still in active page 2. As soon as we get over here, the screen scrolls. Now we're on page 3. Page 3 is the abobos. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we're gonna do 2 more maybe. Oh, that. Here we go. Ready? So right here, when I finish this, this is the part that I didn't understand because he's looping the screen, which is something that I have never done before. So if I scroll this screen, I'm farther to the right of the screen than I normally am. So right now, this is me coming out of the door. Well, you remembered when we started the screen before, this is not where you come out of the door. The screen was loaded all the way over. If I come to here, I'll show you. The screen is still not loaded. It's still not loaded far enough to get back to page 1. Remember, when you're on page 1, that is what activates the blocks. We are still not on page 1. Not on page 1. That first block should be activating right now because we're standing where the trigger is. It doesn't matter. We haven't loaded page 1 yet. And then if we move forward, first block does not come out. First block does not come out. First block not come out. Now we have loaded page 1 and we are already past that. That's why he's able to walk past the first block. Now, if you look at it from my perspective was you can never do that because now that page 1 is loaded, first block will come out and there's no way to know. So he told me when I asked him about this, he says, oh, I can't really remember why, but I remember being able to walk past that block. Remember, it's been 12 years, 10 years. It's been 10 years, I can't remember exactly, since he's done it. And when he said, oh, I don't remember why, I was like, this guy, I don't remember. Oh, sure, you don't remember. And then he started to explain things, and I said, well, why don't we have a chat about it? Did I just die? I did just die. But look, anyways, you'll see where the screen has scrolled to in the doorway. This is where we are. So when I had to talk to him about it, he explained it, and then we went through it. I'm like, you know, you're absolutely right. The reason why he goes backwards is because if you hold forward, you're all the way up here and you can't see the block to react. You can keep walking. In fact, you can skip the first, the second, and the third, but you're so far forward that you can't see the blocks to react, and you will have to react to them. So he finishes, and then he's waiting to go, I'm a little too far forward. So he scrolls backwards so that he's not too far forward, so then he can effectively react to the blocks. Now I asked him, I said, well, why are you turning around on the other stages? He said, in the other stages where you, like in the first stage, you can get hit by enemies that are coming into the screen, and he didn't want to get hit by enemies, so he was giving himself some space from the edge of the screen, which again makes sense. He said he did it with the speed runs of the game, and he just got into a habit of always moving to, after finishing a screen, moving to the left so that when the screen scrolled, he wasn't right up against the screen scroll and he could see enemies as they came in. It makes sense. But it's interesting because it also made sense exactly why I was suspicious. When you look at it from my perspective, knowing what I knew, it was absolutely suspicious. But he was able to say, well, this is why. You should get a speedrun record with this new but old knowledge. It doesn't stop. So, Matt, the thing is this does not stop my run. My run's still better than this. This is still very risky to do stage 4. He's not getting as many points as I did in the later stages. This strategy of looping this stage is still not the best strategy. But what's more important is that I was calling him out for splicing his run together based off of the only way to know this is to have loaded a save state and know that. And I'm wrong. I don't believe he spliced the run together. That doesn't mean his strategy is the right strategy. His strategy is still wrong. It's still not as good as the strategy that I developed, but that's beside the point. The point is he didn't splice his run together, and his run is valid, except at the end he uses the machine gunner glitch, which in Twin Galaxies, all glitches should be avoided when putting together high score runs. So I still think if he was to upload a run to Twin Galaxies, which he is currently banned from Twin Galaxies, if he was to upload his playthrough to Twin Galaxies, if people were to look at it, they would consider the end of his playthrough where he gets 520,000 by headbutting the machine gunner using the machine gun glitch would still disqualify him from the record. But I think it's important to know that his playthrough is not spliced and it is a full playthrough of the game. For the would you rather, would you be kicked into a pit 300 style or would you be doing... No, you get to This Is Sparta kick Gerard Butler. So you get to participate in an actual medieval battle. Or you get to This Is Sparta kick Gerard Butler. You get to choose how it's done. You could do it in the 300 armor and actually kick him into a pit, or you could just be on the street and get to kick him. No consequences. You get to do it. Also, the medieval battle, hey, you get to slice and dice people with a sword, kill people and stuff. You could also die. It's an actual medieval battle. You could just stay back and watch. I mean, you get to be part of or participate in a real medieval battle. Is there a time limit / amount limit to the kicking him? Just the one, This Is Sparta, just like the movie. You get to yell, This Is Sparta, and kick him in his chest. I bake chocolate treats. Wrong. Julie Cat, good morning. I've been chucking tomatoes. Wrong. I brewed countless teas. Wrong. Why is he disqualified for Twin Galaxies? So this run in particular, and we'll have a little bit of a story time here because I had a great 3-hour conversation with him. And again, it's important for me to preface this with, I heard his side of the story. So I can't say with any certainty that this is 100% truth. I don't know. I personally tend to believe what he's saying, but again, this is my take on his side of the story. He got scrutiny on Twin Galaxies over whether or not his run was played on a original Nintendo or was on an EverDrive, because his playthrough was just a screen capture. It had no face cam. It was not a camcorder on a TV. It was a screen capture and screen capture alone. No audio, no nothing. It wasn't done live. So the question came up, is this run done on an NES or is it done on an emulator? And similar to me, I think that the rules for Twin Galaxies and the way that they verify runs, I've talked about it, I think it's silly. I think it's very silly that in order for me to submit a run to Twin Galaxies, I have to vote on other runs. And I vote on things that I am not an expert on. Why am I given the ability to decide or affect the decision of a playthrough of a game that I don't know anything about? I think that that is a silly way to do it. I don't know why they've decided that is the way they do it. And this is the difference between my approach and Chambers' approach is, I think it's stupid, but that's the way they do it. So I play by their rules. I don't believe he cared to play by the rules as much. He stood more on his opinions and his thoughts, where this is silly. So why are you doing it this way? Didn't announce if he was running on original hardware. Yes. So what ended up happening was they asked original hardware emulation. He says it doesn't matter. It's a direct capture. If he was to say this was on original hardware, there would be no reason, no way for them to prove whether it was or it wasn't. And it doesn't change the submission. If he was to say it was on an emulator, there would be no way for them to prove whether it was or it wasn't, and it doesn't change the video he submitted. His argument was that question doesn't matter, which is a bit of a strange argument, but at this time he was fed up with the system. And I don't really disagree that the system is weird, like I said. But his approach was not the right approach. For me, you play by their rules, you answer their question. But he wanted to know more, and I think he was pressing the idea that the way that they legitimize or verify runs is not really very good. And so what he did was he said, there's no way for you to tell. And they said, well, normally when you're playing on a console, you get the boot up. You see that little flash? It's the boot up of the console. Well, yeah, we can tell because, and he said, well, I could just edit the boot up screen onto the front of a run. It's still not a good way to verify. So they eventually, he was banned because of his outspoken nature on the website. It was not because he cheated. It was because people didn't like his attitude in a way. From my understanding, that was the reason why he was banned. Did I talk to Jace from Twin Galaxies and do I know the whole detail? No, but that's from, like I said, from his story is that's why he was banned. And misconduct, because what he ended up doing was, once his run was denied because he would not verify whether it was the console or an emulation, once his run was denied, he then edited on a boot up to the front of it, re-uploaded it, and said, here, I edited the boot up screen onto the front of it to show you guys how easy it is and how silly this system is. I would like you to ban me and disqualify this run or whatever. So it was that attitude that he had that got him banned, not because he was cheating. So Matt, that is true if you see a load. If it shows the loading, then yes. If it doesn't show the loading, then there's and we're not even going to argue that there isn't a way to tell. That's not even I'm just giving the side of that I heard, and that's how it is. Now, to be clear, my understanding of Twin Galaxies high scores is that glitches are to be avoided at all cost. I mean, they do not allow glitches to used for high score. His run uses the machine gunner glitch, where the machine gunner's bullets don't do damage to you. I believe his run, by the rules, would be disqualified because it uses a glitch. That's what I would. That's how I would assume. I avoided that in my playthrough. I could have tacked on another 20,000 points easily by punching the machine gunner, or by headbutting the machine gunner. So as far as that particular run goes, I don't believe the run would have been, to my understanding, should have been allowed anyways, but that's not the reason why it was disqualified, not verified, or whatever the word. Your challenge run for points had issues on Twin Galaxies? No. Gilby, no. I was just stating why I had a conversation with Chambers about his run that is 520,000 points that I claimed was a spliced together run, but we had a good conversation about it, and he showed me why he did the things that he did, and I've changed my mind. I do not believe it's a spliced together run. Information was brought to my attention that I didn't know about the game, and I was just showing that. I was showing what he showed me in the wall section and why it makes what I said not make sense in a way. They used that glitch on DK to get points by jumping next to him. I don't know the Donkey Kong. I think you're talking about Donkey Kong. I don't know anything about that. And I think that's another issue with that's another issue with Twin Galaxies, is their inconsistency. You should be consistent. If you don't want to use glitches, then you shouldn't use glitches. If you're going to say no glitches, then you need to have a jambalaya. You need to have a clear determination of what you consider a glitch to be. I didn't beat Chrono Trigger. That's wrong, Jamage. Wrong. Anyways, I just think it was, and the thing that I took away from the conversation I had with Chambers is the amount that I appreciate somebody taking the time. He didn't argue. He was not emotionally driven in his conversation. He was very, this is it. This is that. This is how I do this. And it was very informative. We both learned a lot in that conversation. I wish more people, nice. I wish more people would take the time to have those conversations, and as opposed to the way I feel it is a lot of people tend to stick to their beliefs and don't want to be convinced one way or the other, and are a bit blind to learning. I was wrong, and I'm smarter for it. I learned from that mistake. Matt says, technically that's not a glitch, but an in-game mechanic that that the machine gun guy don't shoot. Now, I disagree. The machine gun guy does shoot. His bullets don't hurt you. I believe that to be a glitch. There's not a mechanic. They did not program the game knowing or wanting you to be able to not get damaged by his bullets. It is a oversight in the code that doesn't set the ranged weapon flag to be hostile in his fight when he's created. It's carried over from the knife 3 screens before. The machine gunner is 100%, that is 100% a glitch. I'll go to the grave on that one. I'll die on that hill. There's just no way. And I know people will say, there's no way for you to know what the developer intended. The developer never intended his bullets to not hit you at the bottom of the screen, but not, no. Well, Sales, and we've talked in great depth about the, like you say, how can Twin Galaxies be relied on? Well, it's because there's no other, I mean, there's no other site that's doing it better. Oh man, they are the site. They are where you go for high scores. There's some other high scores out there, like there's Level Up High Score or Level Up Score. There's a handful of other websites that do records and high scores. None of them do it well. Like Level Up Score is more about getting on their website and putting scores on there to level up your account on their website to gain prestige in how you pair. Very similar to Retro Achievements, how you get achievement points. It's not a site that's there unbiased about wanting to know what the true world record is. The closest site to that is Twin Galaxies, even for as how broken they are. Have you seen what I put on Discord? I don't remember what that was. Visa. What did you write? Where'd you put it? Oh, no. Yeah. The tassing thing for the stage. I didn't look directly through, and you didn't include the Lua, did you? Okay, you did include the Lua. Oh, nice. I saw it enough to like have it register in my brain, but I was spending the weekend with the kids and I never really looked deep into it. Oh, very cool. How many frames you were? Dude, no way! No way! Guys, look at this. Shut up, game. So Beeze's his Lewis script gives you the amount of frames you were off when you turn in the okay, so this is the Clinger Winger. I did a video on the Clinger Winger where how you turn in the corners is affected by pressing multiple buttons. So Biza has a Lewis script that tracks what you do. and it tells you like, you can see it says amazing 1, so that's 1 frame off. It was amazing. Whoops, 5 frames off, and that means you were either off on your timing or holding both directions for 5 frames. 5 frames off. 3, 2, 6. Yikes! Oh, Bees, I think that's freaking awesome that you put. It's like a rhythm game. You know, it's giving you that feedback. That's really cool. Oh, I didn't even get a chance to look at that. Runs. And it shows a run that's all perfects. And that oh man, that we can use that Lewis script. That's freaking awesome, man. Sorry I missed that. It's in my task hole. So guys, in the well, it's called my task hole, where we task things out and stuff in the Discord. There's a Lewis script that you can put into an emulator, and you can run the now. Biza, does that Lewis script start you at the Klinger Winger? Does it allow you to? Someone did it with 100% frame perfect. No. He programmed it to do it. It's the most insanely awesome thing I've ever seen at this point in the presentation. You need your own save file. I may edit the Lewis script to start you at the Klinger Winger, and when you die, it resets you to the Klinger Winger. And basically, it would just be a script that allows you to practice the Klinger Winger, and we could see if someone could actually do the perfect Klinger Winger. That'd be crazy. Biza, don't worry about the save files or the ROMs or anything like that. Let's just let you, what you have there in the Lewis script is enough for people to make what they want out of it. But I will say this. I built a cabinet, a small cabinet that I called my FlawlessNES cabinet, where I want to have those flawless challenges on there. I could see using that Lua. Anyways, wow, that's cool. Ooh, just made it. Well, thanks for putting the time into it. I'm sorry I missed it too. And I didn't miss it. I saw it. I vividly remember seeing it. But I've said this before. I have a it's a nice dodging me. A condition, I guess, would be the best way to say it. I don't know how else to explain it. When I see something, I can react or respond in my head and then never do it. Here's a great example. If you text message me, I could get the notification for the text message, see it, and then think to myself what I want to respond, and then never respond, and then go about my day thinking I responded. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know. Classic ADHD. I don't know what it is. And I've tried to explain to people. In fact, story time. I have a friend, it was a really good friend of mine, but our relationship has been affected because of that. similar to that little quirk that I have, he has a separate thing. He'll reach out to somebody, and then if they don't respond, he thinks that they're ignoring them. And I am the worst person for that. He lives in Sweden, and he comes home to visit, and when he comes home, he'll reach out to me once, and if I don't respond, he'll come home, never get a hold of me, and then leave, and then he gets butthurt because we don't get together. I've tried to explain to him, you have to reach, sometimes you may have to reach out. I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose. I've said it in this stream. If I ignore you, tell me again. If I miss something in chat, write it in chat again. If you reach out to me in Discord and I don't respond, not because I'm ignoring you. It's because I thought I responded and I didn't. You will never hear me say that I'm upset that someone brings something up a second time or a third time. If you're being spammy, I'll let you know. I don't, that doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Your wife does that and it drives you crazy? Well, if she's anything like me, it's not a, and the thing about it is not only am I not doing it on purpose, I can't stop it. People are like, oh, we'll just concentrate more or figure it out. That's not how it works. In my mind, I responded. I've already done that. And the notification is gone from whatever social media I was in. You know, if I get a notification that there's a new message in a channel and I go there and I see it, the notification is gone and I have no reason to look again. And in my mind, I've already responded. So it's not a fixable thing. What's up, Cranberry? I like that handle, Cranberry, the more I see it. I will just happily be offended by you. If that's, Shadow, I can't tell if you're joking or not, but if that's your response, that's kind of his response, that he just takes offense to it rather than, and my objection is you're flying from Sweden. You're spending all of that time to come home. We really enjoy hanging out together. And because I didn't respond to your first message, and he does it months in advance. So he'll send a message a month before he comes home. If I don't respond, and this has happened twice. I don't respond. He doesn't send another message before he comes home. He never reaches out when he's home. I find it as a childish way of being like, well, you never responded to me. Sassy, good morning. How you doing? Happy morning. Just in case you didn't see it the first time. I did see all of those. How to remedy the situation. If you text out a message, hit the send button. No, Romeo, it's not that I'm texting it. It's, for example, I get a notification on my phone. Someone texts me. But in the moment, I'm playing catch with my son, and I've got something cooking for dinner in the oven. And I see the message and I go, oh, my brother wants to know this. I gotta respond because it's really, he wants to borrow my air compressor, but the air compressor has a leak in the hose. So I gotta, and then I continue to play catch and then the microwave goes off. And in my mind, I knew, I got the message and he can borrow it, but it does have a leaky hose. But because of the chaos in my day-to-day life, I'm past that. And I've already hit the notification and I'll never see it again. You could say, well, you have to stop in that moment to respond. That can't always happen, especially when you have 3 kids that run around and scream, and you have a brain that half the time is thinking about strategies in Zelda. Or I'm thinking about, I can't stop my purple elephant squirrel mind. You had a couple open tabs already. I've got 10 open all the time. What I'm saying is, I can't fix it, but someone could write the question twice. And if you're my friend and you know me, you write the question twice because it's easier for you to see that I didn't respond to your question and write it a second time than it is for me to, I've tried. Has become such a common nickname for me. Very few use my real name anymore, even in real life. That's awesome. Often short it to Barry. Call you Cran. I like Cranberry, the whole thing. It just keeps beeping the microwave. I don't need a microwave that does that. A Buddhist monastery. Oh, I'd love it. And now maybe you guys, you might be making a comment about me thinking I would love to do that, to go to a temple and spend like 6 months completely away from everything. That's one of the reasons I want to empty my brain. I so badly. Sassy McPhee knows my need for emptying brains. There, for a while, hi everybody. For a while, we were doing a yearly trip to, can I go? Oh my gosh. A yearly trip to Florida, and there is a day when I was in Florida, I would go there and I would stare at a wall. I would do nothing. I would just lay on the couch and I need that time. A Colorado, that's what I love about hiking. When I'm hiking, I can think about things, but I can't do anything. I need that time. There's nothing to fix, you're not broken. So here's the thing, Courtney, you're wrong. There is something to fix because it affects my relationships with people. I am not as good of friends with this guy as I used to be. We used to be really pretty tight friends. We're not because of this reason. Now, I'll agree with you. I'm not the one that could fix it. He's the one that could fix it. But there is something that needs fixing. And it's too bad that he wasn't able to understand that I can't change it. Yes, the comatose transition day. Yeah, the first day I would get to Florida, we would have way too much to drink, and the next day I would just sit and do nothing all day long. What's up, McMonkey? You do a remarkably good job emptying your brain sometimes. One of your many talents. It's weird, T-Boneski. I can't do it. I can't do it at home. I can't do it when I have. Oh crap! When I am in a spot, just stop for a second. Just stop. I can't do it when I'm at home and I'm in a spot that I can physically have things that remind me of things that I need to do. I've got a lot of projects around the house. I've got a dozen different construction projects that I need to do around my house at all times. I've got my kids that I desperately want to spend more time with, that I'm always thinking about different things to do with them. I've got my wife, again, just as much time needs to be spent into that. The only way for me to disconnect, and I can't do it in a 2-hour period. I can go walking for 2 hours, and don't get me wrong, it is helpful, but I need to leave the state. I need to completely remove myself from any ability to be tied into that. if I leave the house and go for a hike for 2 hours, I can still be connected to when I get home, I have to do this to the house. Where if I leave and I use Florida as an example, go to Florida for 5 days, there's nothing I can do. I can finally let that stuff go. Yeah, Booter, long ass hikes. That's different when you're gone for a week. I do think the one text way before and then silence it a bit. Oh, yeah, Sassy, I get you. No, and I think it is. I think it is. And I think that's just the way that he responds to it because he doesn't put himself in my shoes. And that's why our relationship, our friendship has suffered, is because of that response. Oh, guys, I'm missing so much chat. Yeah, T-Bone's it's all as far as the 2-hour hike, it's still all waiting for me when I get home. But when you're gone for 5 days, yes, it's still waiting for you when you get home. But getting home is far enough away that there is a period of time where I can let it go. Because it doesn't directly affect that day that I'm currently in. Last jeeping expedition. Hanging off the edge of a cliff. That'd be cool. Put it in Romeo, there's a Discord for not necessarily hiking per se. Which is just anything that is hiking or outdoorsy or anything. It's not just hiking. Sometimes when you're patient, that screen is much easier. Oh, I couldn't get away from that bubble. Wow, that was nice. Good timing on the stabs to go through those bubbles. Really, Sassy, that's cool. What's up, Corin? How you been, Corin? All those mummies in my hole. Mummies in my hole. Got mummies in my hole. Ah, didn't time that right. Oh, Sassy, I missed that thing about Greece. Perfect example. Perfect example. I saw Sassy write about Greece, and I was like, oh yeah, we need to do that. And I never verbally said what I wanted to say. Yeah, Greece is going to be, to be honest with you, Sassy, as much as I love the idea, I would like to go to Greece. I'm having a hard time conveying to Matt that my wife doesn't think about international travel the way that he does. And it's much easier and much more likely for me to be able to plan a trip for us all to get back together in Florida than it would be for me. It's much more expensive to go to Greece. It's much more of a time commitment. It's much harder on my wife because she will stress out because I'm flying to a different country. Matt is very well traveled internationally, so it's not the same. And the thing is, for me, it's not. Yes, I would in a heartbeat. I would gladly go. But it's not the same for my wife. Mad that you missed the movie night. It was a fun movie night. We watched a couple, we watched Dogma and Mallrats. And I logged into the Shire and nobody asked why I wasn't there. Didn't notice the messages. I don't understand that. Busy pros, yeah. You played Minecraft during the movie night? How did you miss the alpha channel that was a bunch of movie night? Movie night. Everyone was talking about it. It was in the alpha channel. I even mentioned it in the general channel. Huh. Let's do that. That's all right. We'll do. We're going to continue to do more and more of them. Black. I didn't pass out. You passed out. I didn't pass out. Courtney and I do that all the time. It's like it's our special move. Not me. Yeah. That's our special move. It's special and we're moving. Yeah, Corin, that's the weird thing about movie night though, is because they tend to be spur of the moment. We talked about it on the stream on like that Wednesday and Thursday. And then, but it's not like it was planned for weeks. It was planned for 2 or 3 days. Right. Seven beer count is a special breed. Me and my wife love watching Dogma again. She loves that movie. It is a good movie. I made it through the majority of Dogma. The majority. I got to get to the part of J Muse and why are you hugging my head? Which is I remember that as my favorite part, which is the very end of the movie. So I did see it. Oops. Yeah, really. Hi. How are you? Oh, what a dodge. What a dive. Yeah, Corin, really, it's just paying attention to the alpha channel. I took a picture of my kids on an escalator this weekend. And the kid's back on the escalator again. So there's a couple things that I think... Oh! Damn it, that was really close. Would be really fun. Jay Muse streams on Twitch, and I have thrown him raids probably half a dozen times or whatever. Wouldn't it just be amazing to make a connection through gaming on Twitch with Jay Muse? I just think that would be awesome. Ah, crap. Got to unironically use a stink bomb. That scene is so graphic without being graphic. Nice fight. You have them on your fork knife, do you? What's up, Lacuna Matata? Sorry we're playing this game again. I know how much you hate it. To fear and respect that escalator. Oh, the writing is so good. What those movies lack in performing and acting, they make up tenfold in the writing. Those guys are not known for being these amazing actors. Oh. I know how much you hate it. Lacuna Matata. Sorry. Every time walk in on the 3 nipple scene. I think you have. The Great Designs, the fights have been going good. Ah, wow, good dodge. The fights have been going good since I implemented this 10 fight strategy. Nice fight. So I do 10 successful fights and 10 successful death funnels. And I think I have the last 4 attempts, I haven't taken damage to Major Asshole. I've taken damage at every other place, you know, but not to him. Oops, didn't quite get that last shot in. Dodge. Damn. Rare chance to do a multi-hour shot at Icarus. Nice. In college, you went as Silent Bob to Halloween. That would be fun because then you don't have to talk. It'd be hard for me. I really enjoy talking. Okay. Ah, damn. I couldn't make it. Could have went up before that, maybe. No, I get that, Grand Designs. It's a balance for sure. Yep. I could practice a lot more, but I devote evening times with my wife. After the kids go to bed, occasionally I will have time off in the, not time off, but have some extra time in the evenings where my wife may be working or doing X, Y, or Z. But instead of taking that time to practice, I focus on the other important side, and that is either doing a movie night or Minecraft on the community server, something like that. Sexy times. Because she goes to yoga. Oh, that makes sense. Whoops. That's a really bad one. So my wife does soccer on Tuesdays. So this is good. I'm starting to get into certain spots where it's like a chessboard and you see the last couple moves. But on Tuesdays, I've really been struggling watching my kids grow up a lot more than I thought I would. I think it's because I spent so much time. There it is. I think it's because I spent so much time when they were babies, struggling with screaming babies, that I thought to myself, oh, but when they're older, I'll be able to have these young boys that we can go camping and we can do that. And that's what I'm at right now. But now I feel like it's just flying by. So I'm struggling with spending enough time with them. So like yesterday, my day yesterday was spent playing Minecraft with my kids on our Minecraft server, going outside and playing in the snow, and then we've been watching through the Lord of the Rings movies. They're too young for them, but I don't care. We've been going through, because they're kind of scary movies when you think about Eye of Sauron and the flashy and the scariness. But we've been watching through those. So that was my day yesterday, was just spent with them. It's one of the reasons why I'm pushing so much towards the YouTube content, because I want to be able to take long family trips. Get a big family road trip that road trips the country, go out to see the Grand Canyon, stuff like that. I only have one chance to do that with my kids. You don't get a second chance. They're only this age, first, second, third graders. They're only this age for so long before they become. I see my oldest, now that all my kids have their own room, I see him going into his own room and not really wanting to hang out. He's only going to get more and more his own person and want to spend less and less time with mom and dad. We're not right now the center of his world, and it's only going to get worse. Not worse, but it's only going to get more so that way. The days are long, but the years are short. Take the doors off his room. Yeah. And like I said, that's just my priority right now. And I know that L-A-U-S-Z. Applesauce. I know that the live stream is something that I will always do, but I know that in order to monetize the live stream, one of the best things that you can do is be live longer. The more time I spend out here, the higher chance of monetization, whereas YouTube is different. YouTube, it's not about the time, it's about what you're creating, and being able to optimize the monetization of that doesn't require the amount of time. And that's why I'm moving that direction more. Not because I want to not do Twitch, but because I need to rely on Twitch less for monetary gains. So PLB, I had a one-hitter last week, so I think I'm very close to doing runs on the cartridge. We probably could now, but I'm having fun doing full playthroughs and keeping track of things. I'll probably do it maybe for another week, or maybe until we get another nice run of a 2 or 1 hit or something like that. I don't want to get into resetty spaghetti mode quite yet. We are very close though. And I can see like Monday doing, maybe this is what we should do. Monday, I do a no reset playthrough. Tuesday is reset runs. Wednesday's YouTube edit. Thursday, no reset playthrough. Friday, reset runs. That's actually probably the best way to do it. It's the best of both worlds. My worry is if I start resetting over and over again, I lose confidence at the end. I need to maintain late game confidence so that when I do go late game, Keenberg, I don't make a silly mistake due to lack of confidence or practice.
For death awaits you all with nasty big pointy teeth.
Grand Design says, I know the feeling. I do too. Yeah, Grand Designs, I've always noticed that in your runs, you do more resets than I do. Or, for example, in Battletoads, you reset a lot of that early damage. Your time is different, though. You have less time. Oops. What a doofus. Board games. Yeah. You know, my son's been kind of putting together and building board games. My kids are, you've got a 9 to 12-year-olds. That's the great age, right? That's where my son is 9 now. So he's just getting into that. But the trouble in having 3 kids that are all so close in age is they all want to take part in things, but my son at 7 doesn't play those games very well, or they're just at different levels. It's surprising to have a 7-year-old and to have him be so much different than his 9-year-old brother. Oops. So much so that when they're playing board games, they both play them differently. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Six, 8, and 11. Yeah, Keyboard Cowboy, we have basically the same. Good reaction there.
Then you shall die.
Because I've got 7, right now, 7, 8, and 9. Soon to be 7, 8, and 10. What do you mean by they play differently? So, where, PLB, where my oldest would think his way through a board game and may be able to play board games that require more thought, my youngest wants nothing more than to win. So he hasn't learned the ability or grown to be able to appreciate the game and have fun playing it rather than just the act of winning. And what that does is that makes it where the other boys can't have as much fun playing. You know, you'd like to think that you could play a game with all of them, and it just doesn't work that way. Now, I think if you give me 2 more years, and my children land right in, Billion on YouTube says he's got 9 through 12. 9 through 12 is much different than 7 through 10. Much different than 7 through 10. So, Onakid says, plays differently, changes the rules until she wins. And that's the thing. Kids at that age want to win. And there comes a time where they don't care as much about winning. They want to have fun playing the game. If you train them properly, but not in that way, but like I really believe that as kids get older, it's more about the experience. It's the ability to play games that need more thought and have more complicated rules rather than hungry hippo smash the thing until they get all the marbles and get upset because they didn't get more marbles. PLB, I believe you're right. There are some people that are like that, but I feel like that is not always a genetic trait. Like, oh, this person just will only have fun winning. They're very competitive. I think it is a trait, but also you can nurture the side of playing the game rather than winning. Which is what I'm attempting to do. I'm attempting to really ensure in my children that winning is not the above all. You need to learn to have fun. For example, they went to a rock climbing competition and they did well. But on the way there, I had about 40 minutes of a car ride where I was talking to them about winning versus having fun and how you can go there and you're going to do your best. And your best may be that you win, but your best may also be that you lose. And you can either choose to do one or the other and be happy about it and enjoy the competition, enjoy rock climbing and be happy, or you can do it and be sad because you didn't win. We get to choose whether or not we focus on the winning or not. Now, to PLB's point, for some people, it's much harder to do that. But I'm trying to do my best to make sure that they realize that it's not about winning. I used to be very competitive. Very competitive. I was brought up very competitive. Sports. My dad was always big into sports and football and wrestling and track and field, and I wanted to be competitive. And after graduating school, I got into a lot of competitive things, bowling leagues and billiard leagues and golf leagues. And I continued to be competitive. And at a certain point, I decided that the competition wasn't for me, and that because I would get so frustrated when I didn't do good, that I needed competition to not be the driving force. So I made a change in my own mindset that I was going to focus on just having fun and not be competitive. That year I won the city championship in pool. And I've been a better pool player, a better bowler, and a better golfer the moment that I cared less about winning. I got better. So I've been trying to teach my kids that as well. Oh, lots of big messages. I want to have fun and don't care if I win or lose, but playing against competitive, I must win people tires me too much. I can see that. 4 to 7. So board games are pretty tough, but 7-year-old is fun to play video games with and start to play chess. Yo, my kids are right at that age. Add Canyonlands National Park to your bucket list. All right. Yeah, Omthur, is that I'm saying that? Omthur says it can be good to want to win. It's not okay to not be okay losing. And I understand what you're saying. It's good to want to win, and winning can make the activity even better. But if you keep your activity here and say winning makes it better and losing makes it worse, then you're setting yourself up for that failure. If you say, I'm going to have fun no matter whether I win or lose, you take the losing out of it, and then you can just add extra fun when you win. It's not easy to do, though. It isn't. It's not about whether you win or lose. I cared too much about it. Because, Will Height, you're saying because of the way your parents tried to explain it to you? For board games, I prefer by a huge margin games we are against the board because we all work together to win. Nine and 12 is the sweet spot with kids. Yep. And I think that's, and B Alien. It's hard to say for some reason for me. I think that is the key to why you guys see me pushing towards YouTube and towards ways that I can spend more time with them right now. That's really what I don't care that much for the way content is created on YouTube. Not all of it, but some of it. The way that you have to try to sell certain videos because it's just they're more clickable and things like that. That's the reason why I've never went into YouTube. If you ever talk to Matt D, or if he's ever in here, we talk about YouTube, he can confirm my distaste for YouTube and the way that people make it's all about drama and hyping and stuff. I just want to create videos of my playthroughs and put them on YouTube and make it work. And that's the way I've always done it. And it doesn't work. But I've changed my approach because I know that YouTube can be a vessel for me to be able to spend more time with my kids in these it's the next 5 years, you know, maybe 5 years. Early in the morning and late at night to spend more time with his family. Well, the difference, Keyboard Cowboy, is if I do the math, I make about $6 an hour on Twitch. Actually, it's maybe not. The last couple of years have maybe even been less than that. This is the truth. That's a lot of time, and I love it. I love live streaming, but it's a lot of time spent. And when I'm trying to maximize the amount of time that I'm not spending with my family so that I can spend more time with them, and I have a YouTube video that I created in about 3 hours that has made me close to $300. It's not a hard decision. That the video that I put out about Top Gun is over 100,000 views and I think has made like $270. I will never get that rate on Twitch. And I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying if I'm looking for a higher price per hour so that I can spend more time with my family, YouTube is the place that makes more. And I want to keep Twitch forever. It's just Will, I have 3. I have 3 boys. Oh, no clock. All right, let's just focus here.
Okay, already. Here you go.
No, I'm not. I said it before. I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying it. Get away from me, Bubble. I can't see who that was from until I finish this room. Thanks, Chad. And the only reason, and that's the other thing, YouTube can't exist. YouTube can't exist without what we're doing right now. The things that I put on YouTube, the discoveries about how the games work, we do live on this stream. I can't do YouTube without this. The reason why the videos on YouTube are good, how did I know to do that in Top Gun? Because we did a flawless challenge of Top Gun here. So there will always be this. The live stream on Twitch will always exist. Just making a slight change to it.
Hi Slack, hi chat.
Hi
Slack,
Sassy.
if you need extra cash, you can try going on OnlyDans. If that doesn't work, I have had a lot of success on OnlyFans because of the jiggle shakes. Mule hi boobs poot.
How about only? Nope, couldn't think of one. I thought I could be quick on my feet and think of a separate one, but I couldn't. Now I feel shame. Oh, gross. I'm getting surrounded here. There we go. Stop distracting me with your only flanges. Only beers.
Receive Stephen.
Look at you guys at a hype train.
Anybody see Richie?
Only pans. Naked cooking. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Only pans? I like that. Yeah, Will Hype, that's Steven Seagal. You have to try to outdove him. He won, though. You should make it so that the birds show up on your CRT too, because I couldn't see shit when you're fighting him. No.
How much did they pay you to spy on us?
$2.15.
Shut up.
What I have considered though is making it where it can only be done in between runs. But again, it's our live stream. The live stream is about the stream and having fun. No Life is trying to get 1,000 kills in the Seagull game. That's no easy task. It is not. I'm here to tell you right now. It is great and glorious. Thank you for the bloobs. Arcade Retro, thanks for the follow. TV adds to the run. Well, there's a lot of people that would disagree with that, but I agree. One of my biggest complaints on my YouTube videos is the overlay and the chaos. But again, I'm not going to stop it because of that. The live stream is, like I said, it's what makes for the YouTube content, period. We couldn't have what we have without the live stream. I mean, I know that the overlay and the chaos is not everyone's cup of tea. My commentary is not either, but those guys can suck a bucket. Bunch of Eastwoods anyways. Come on, get out of my hole. Daggum, Eastwoods, right. I don't need that bomb. That's how you get hit by a guy being a jerk. Daggone, daggone. Reap. Into the Wild, what are your thoughts? Love the movie, Romeo. until and kind of the whole was very emotionally attached to that adventurous mindset until I learned, and not until I learned, I still love the thought of the movie in the way that it's presented, but the true story from what I understand is, oh no, that's all right, perfect, is much different than that. Back to work for a bit. All right, Corin. Corin, next movie night. I'm not allowing you to miss it. For those that don't know, the Into the Wild, it's about the guy that was very adventurous, ended up trying to survive out in Alaska and then dies, essentially. Spoiler alert. But I wanted to talk more about it, and we need to get context out there. If you talk to anybody that knows a little bit more about that personally, they're, especially locals, are not as accepted of the story. He was ill prepared, went into Alaska, not broke into, but lived in somebody else, on somebody else's property in a bus or whatever, ended up dying because he got trapped there and was starving and ate the wrong stuff and died. But then because of the popularity of it, people go to the bus. And since then, more people have died because they are trying to relive his story by going out to the bus where he was. There's a river that when in the springtime, when snow melts, it floods and no, not the guy that lived with the bears. Yeah, Courtney's got it. Brian McCandless or McCandless or whatever his name was. I don't remember what his name was. Yeah, he always wanted to be adventurous. His parents wanted him to be a lawyer or something like that. And the story goes that he decided to abandon law school and follow adventure. And he went on a bunch of adventures, leading him to getting enough money to getting himself out to Alaska, where he decided that he was going to try to survive in the wilderness in Alaska. He got there, he crossed a river that was low because of the time of year, took out some supplies, ended up staying in this old bus out in the middle of the wilderness in Alaska, ran out of supplies, went to leave, and due to the snow melt, the river was too wide, he couldn't leave. Without supplies, running out of food, starving, he ends up eating the wrong food. And he keeps track of this in a diary that they found in the bus where they found him dead. Eating the wrong food, getting very sick and dying. But locals don't like the story because, oh crap. Did I reload this room? It was very important. I don't think I did. Does anybody know whether I went through that door and came back or not? I don't think I did. I did not. Thanks, Dihax. I didn't think I did. Good. Didn't they airlift that bus out of there just to stop the... Maybe they did. Maybe they did. And it would be for that reason. Yeah, exactly. Keyboard Cowboy. And I didn't say it that way, but that's what I've heard as well. Keyboard Cowboy is over on YouTube, says, apparently the hiker was kind of a piece. That's the understanding I get, is he's painted in a very favorable light in the book and in the movie. But for people that know more, he wasn't somebody to look up to the way that you may think. Why don't the locals like the story? Hello Juggalos, that's what it is. Like I said, they had a better knowledge of him as an actual person, and not only that, because of the overwhelming exposure that his book, or that the book and the movie got, it caused a lot of people to tourist out to where he was, and more people have died because of that. And not just the people that have died, many people have had to be rescued, and it is, it was not something to glorify in the way that it was. It made for a great story, but would have been better as a fiction story, not something that people should actually go out and do. Yeah, tragedy or cautionary tale, but it's depicted as, oh, go out and live your life and do these things. It's glorious. And I should admit as well, I was caught up in it. So while I was doing a lot of hiking, and that, you know, wow, huh, that was good. And doing a lot of adventures in that way, I was caught up in the story. I thought the story was amazing. And I actually planned a trip with a buddy of mine I was doing a hiking podcast with. We talked about how it would be cool to walk out to the bus. Seriously, this is something that I actively planned on trying to do. And it was in the research of that I realized how much the locals really thought about it. And that's where I learned more about the scenario. And I would, knowing what I know now, I would never do it. But at the time, I was caught up in the whole thing just like everyone else was. The name of the movie is Into the Wild, correct? Yeah.
I've heard worse. You lie. Come on, you pansy.
What part of Alaska? I don't remember any of the statistics anymore. This was 10 years ago. What's up, brother? 81. Hey, oh, wow. Brian said that wrong. Stupid Brian. That was close right there. It's supposed to be take it all, MFer. Did another one called Into Thin Air. About Mount Everest, huh? Oof. Also, Mount Everest is turning out to be a similar thing, right? With everybody climbing the mountain and dying and causing death, and people doing the hike of Everest is getting very frowned upon as well. I don't like where I'm at here. I'm going to go this way. Been a really terrible. On the resources, ill-prepared tourists. Yeah, just shitting all over the mountain. And in a literal sense, with not just that, but like the garbage that's up there and bodies and ugh. Too many noobs ruining it for the pros. Yeah, that's true, but also there's some things that just don't need to be done, I think. or we need to take more responsibility. Here's an example. You can be as pro can be, and Everest will kill you. There is no guarantees at all on Everest. So, with that said, I don't think it's only a skill-based issue. What I think is that everybody that wants to do something like Everest should take full responsibility for all scenarios. Meaning, if you go up on Everest, you should have to take just like every other spot in this world where we go hiking, there's a saying, leave no trace. We follow the leave no trace principles everywhere in the country for all hikes, but we don't on Everest. Meaning, if you go climb Everest and you die, you're not responsible for removing your body. You're not responsible for removing the equipment that you leave up there. And I think that should be figured in. For example, if it costs you X amount to do Everest, you should have to have a contingency in there that says, if I die up there, here is the payment to remove me from the mountain. And it's not required, and it should be. But they also use those drones. I think it's great that they're using drones to clear up the mountain. Have you ever seen pictures of Everest? Like the different camps on Everest? Gross. Dying in space is 100% possible. People think they're conquering death by climbing Everest. I don't think that's true. I don't think people are out. Well, not everybody. I think most people that are climbing Everest are in it to say that they did it. They just want to be able to tell people, they want to show people how big their wieners are. Prepay the litter fee. No, they should be responsible for that, is what I'm getting at. Where am I? Oh, I'm up the beach. Right near the beach. I just feel like they should be responsible for all outcomes. And realistically, it doesn't matter how well you plan, Everest will or can kill you. So you should be responsible for that outcome as well. The permit only costs like $10,000. Oh, that's not near enough. But the reason why is the people that live around there need money. So they're willing to say, okay, the permit costs $10,000. It only considers how it costs. The permit only costs like $10K. It only considers how it costs to rescue you. It only considers how it costs to rescue you. I'm not talking about rescue if something went wrong. I'm talking about removal of everything. I'm more into the litter bugs, like Juggalo's saying. Mm-hmm. Would you rather climb Everest or take a submersible to the bottom depths? I would do neither of those things. I am different in my life. I choose to risk nothing. There's enough risks in this world. I don't need to do extra risky things. Especially the older I get, thinking about my children. Uncle Al says his Uncle Bernard died on Mount Everest. Of course he did. He was so polite to bring 400 pounds of trash down with him when he walked back down without shoes or a Sherpa. Almost beat the arrow. Arrow race. He submitted his world record walk to the summit on Twin Galaxies. Yep. He didn't have enough credibility points, right? Being a legend was not enough. Some things shouldn't be done. Angels, and I agree with that. I think Everest, I think it was a good thing for humankind when it was first climbed to push, like, look what we can do as mankind and testing boundaries and things like that. But there comes a point in time where, to your point, things shouldn't be done. That's not something that should be done by a lot of the people that are doing it. And one of the only ways that we can police that is by making it less, not acceptable, accessible, that's the word. Making it less accessible to people. That way the people that are doing it have to jump through more hoops. It will make less people do it, and they can be more accountable for their attempt. It's all about who has the money to do it. And then Jagar, like I said, I think it's fine. But if you're going to put up the money because you're a rich guy that just wants to show his huge wiener and say, look at me, I climbed Mount Everest, that's fine. But just know that you may die. And if you do, you should have to fund everything that needs to be done to remove your attempt at Everest from the mountain. Crap! Thinking crap! Stupid Octorok. Gross.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your arm's off. No, it isn't. Well, what's that then?
He does. He does.
We can get rid of that. We can absolutely get rid of that. That is some dumb that we can weed out. Because I reset this screen. We can do the same thing that we do at the beach. We can go in and out of that screen and shoot them. Stupid. That's stupid on my part. I should have just left. There's no consequence to leaving. Because then you just go back in, and if you get it, you just leave again. That's okay. I learned. I'll never get it. Well, I most likely will never get hit there again because now I realized, I mean, I should have realized before, there's no consequence to leaving there. So Dihex, it was your fault then. Thanks. It went from skill and prep to just pay to win.
Receive Stephen.
I don't need that. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. So I don't want to shit on anybody's hopes and dreams. So I don't want to say that the Mount Everest should never be climbed by anyone ever. Because you could say that no one should ever try to beat Zelda without taking damage. But I'll say that I personally will never attempt to climb Everest. Easy, Stevie. I really wonder why he gets stuck like that sometimes. You should have to buy the battle pass. It's just sloppy seconds at this point. That's another good point. Find something new to do. Find something else to conquer. I mean, we are running out of things, but
you to spy on us?
$2.15.
not running out, but in a way. Ooh, I shouldn't have used that bomb. I'm kind of low. I don't have the boomerang yet. Oh, whoa. I'm not sure those two things are on the same level. What? No damage Zelda 1 on the Nintendo? Flawless, rather. Zelda 1 on the Nintendo versus climbing Mount Everest. Less people have done Zelda. Just saying. I'm just saying. Far less people have and could beat this game without damage than can climb Mount Everest. You're right, they're not on the same level. This is more rare. And at this point, like we've just stated, with enough money and Sherpas and carrying you and gear and everything, I would argue that this is harder. It's harder to beat Zelda 1 on the Nintendo flawlessly than it is to climb Mount Everest. That's just facts. Those are just facts. You can disagree, but it's just the way that facts work and truth is. That's just facts and truth. There's no pay to win in this. Sorry. I didn't say physically harder. I never said physically harder. My butt goes numb sometimes, but I think that Everest probably is physically harder.
In your general direction.
Jagar, that's a fact. Dangerous and deadly endeavor, sure is. I'll say about doing something insanely difficult is it is way oh wait, hold on. It is one way to be completely at one in the moment. One way to be completely at one in the moment. Okay. Doing things that are insanely difficult. Fewer people have pooped in my toilet than have climbed Everest. Yep. No, Life. That makes it seem like it's a dumb thing that I was saying. I don't like that. 1, 2, and 3. No life. Don't say that. That makes it seem like what I said was dumb. Because I don't think it's harder to poop in your toilet than it is to do Mount Everest. The reason why no one poops in your toilet is because no one knows you because you have no life. That's just the way it is. Get out of the way, losers. It is harder to poop in no life than climb Mount Everest. It is harder? I guess that makes sense. That's true. Do you have a camera by your toilet, No Life, to back up these facts that you speak of? These bold claims about lack of people in your toilet? I'll tell you how I got my groove back, Weeble of Doom. I got it back, and now they call me Stella. It's a decent beer as well. Not everyone likes it, but I do. Good morning, Weeble of Doom. We're going to catch you up, Weeble of Doom. This morning we're talking about how dumb it is, the way that people are just like leaving a bunch of dead bodies and debris on Everest, and how we should stop doing that, which has led to us believing that beating Zelda on the Nintendo with flawlessly is actually more difficult than climbing Everest at this point. Because with enough money, you can just pay. I didn't say physically more difficult, but just more difficult to do, which has also led to the question by No Life, because less people have shit in his toilet than have climbed Everest, then it must also mean that it is more difficult to shit in his toilet than it is to climb Mount Everest. Some of the dead bodies are landmarks for other climbers. Yeah, they are. They are. That's terrible. He's doing Zelda 1 flight. I'm trying to. I've got hit once in this run. Bloobs. Something happened. My spawn is wrong. That's wrong as well. That's wrong as well. Is it not going to change? Rough. We're going to have to reload 8 a couple times. Because that spawn's not right. Have you tried the arcade? I haven't got to that yet. With me, your secrets, now or in the future. It is a game that I want to do. I don't know how to pronounce your handle. I guess just go with Ray at the end. Ray. It is a game that I have on my list of games that I want to look at. I've played the game, but I've never considered playing it damageless. Or flawless, rather. Not it. I'm curious as to how this game stacks up to TMNT 2, but I'll wait till you get to it. Ray, if I had to just guess, I'm going to think that that game wouldn't stack up to this game very much. But it is a beat 'em up, and beat 'em ups tend to be difficult for flawless challenges. The only thing that I would say in that game is it depends on how well we can. This is what we want. It depends on how well we can track spawning and RNG in the game. And I have no experience with that side of it. Playing through the game is one thing. Oh, this isn't fun. There we go. Playing through the game is one thing, but then going through the game, and understanding why and where enemies spawn and how they move and being able to manipulate it's a different thing. I've been surprised at the level of understanding that we've been able to obtain in most all of the games that we've done. So I have high hopes that when I try to tackle TMNT 2, that we're going to be able to figure out ways of making the game quite a bit easier than it may seem. But I'm also prepared for it to be an absolute nightmare. I don't know. Well, aside from the inputs having to be perfect 99% of the time and adjusting to backup plans, the last bosses are unpredictable even in pure grind mode. And like I said, I don't know any of that, and you could be completely right. I could put that game in and just be like, this isn't even reasonable. Mm-hmm. Oh, no worries, Ray. I love conversations. And like I said, I'll be the first to admit that I don't have the experience in the game personally. I would be going off of my experience with the Nintendo. And my experience with the Nintendo is most of randomness is the doofus behind the controller. And so many times I have found ways of affecting what we believe to be random in a positive way through trial and error and better understanding. I can see how this other one is up there, but it is not like rebuilding the Titanic ship from scratch. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know, like I said, from experience, but I would not have believed it to be that huge of an undertaking, but we'll see. Is there a particular spot, Ray, that you are just like, how about this spot? Give me one example. You suck, you suck. This is not a good spot for me being scared. Who is it? Fuck. He said, give me one. Shogun, Rock Soldier 2, Krang, and Shredder. Okay, so that's 4. I didn't get hit, though. It wasn't a dead run. That would have been evil. That would have been really evil on a live run. Who was it? Weeblo or Joker brought it out. Good job. Nice alley-oop to Iron Monkey. I got you. I see you, friends. Zelda 2 probably took you as long as Z1. I worked on Zelda 2 straight. So the comparison's weird because I haven't worked on Zelda 1 straight. So let's just go back, Ray, to Shogun. That, like I said, I just wanted one example. And I'm just going to ask questions about Shogun. Who is the Shogun? And why is it that he is not able to be done without damage? Specifically the parts. Don't be like, oh, he's hard. Or he moves randomly. No, what part of his movement is that? Is my question. I need to focus here. Focus. You've done it. You know how to do it. Initial shot was not good. All right, we're good here. Nice. Okay. Good death funnel. So everything past the factory. But not perfect play. You're not, so Ray, you're not listening. I'm asking for specifics. So you're just telling me the threshold of perfection is too high. Specifically, say something like, he does an attack that you can't dodge, or give me a specific. Because the only way to know for sure, you can make assumptions. I've been good at proving assumptions wrong. There is a figure 8 pattern to beating him well, but he hits you randomly even if you use it. Okay, so you're saying that there is a pattern that people use to beat him that doesn't work for Flawless. Let me see. I'm going to get to this so I can stop because I need to finish this conversation. Otherwise it'll distract. And my brother said to that, sounds like you need a different strategy. Is there one? Maybe not. But what so many people get caught up in is this is the way that people do it and it doesn't work, so it's not possible. And that's why I wanted a specific. So you're saying that there is a way that people use to beat this boss, but because of randomness, my questions are, is there no other way to do it? Don't go for something that works for casually. Go for a different outside of the box. Is there a way of controlling the pattern? Is there a position that people don't use? I would ask for... I spend so much time trying different things to that pattern that does take out the randomness. That would be my question. And there may not be, but you need a place to look. And I am not satisfied with someone that just says that it is too hard. I need to know exactly why it's too hard and how we can look for different things. And in no way am I arguing that it is not. I just argue that people may have missed something and it requires more thought and more focus a different outlook on it. And believe me, Ray, I know about exponentially smaller odds, the more of those that you add. The more times you add something that has a low likelihood, the less feasible it is. Does anyone bother to find better ways anymore? Ian, that teller of things, that's my main hiccup. This is what people do and it doesn't work. Is not good enough. Was I able to finish the movie? We continue to watch it. We're only doing it pieces at a time. My kids are young enough that the Lord of the Rings movies are a little bit long and drawn out. So I don't watch the entirety of a 4-hour long movie, but we continued last night and watched more. Oh, everyone shut up. My son Henry is so into the Lord of the Rings. He loves it. Like him and I geek out over the whole thing. The last night we're watching and they're in the Mines of Moria and it's time for kids. I don't let them watch it up until bedtime. We watch a little bit after dinner and then they watch some other things or they do some other, play games or build with Legos or whatever. I don't want them watching Lord of the Rings right before bed. They're still young kids. They're arguably a little bit too young for it. But I was like, all right, it's about time to get over with. And I thought, I'll show them the fly, you fools. I'll show them you shall not pass and Gandalf following. My son had tears in his eyes. He thinks Gandalf is gone. And into Gandalf the Grey is gone. But his reaction, he looked towards me and he said, so Gandalf is gone, with tears in his eyes. It was a really touching, like I got sentimental over the whole thing because he's seeing it for the first time. It's so fun to experience that movie and that story with my kids because it's a story that I really love. And we watched The Hobbits up through. So he became so attached to Gandalf because Gandalf has been the part of the story all the way up through. I mean, we've been watching The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings for like the last month. The first time watching, I got so upset. So I knew so much of the story already when I watched the movie, so I wasn't able to have that experience. So I'm very curious, and this run is over. I'm very curious to look at something. Had they watched Star Wars, record the Darth Vader reaction. So, Deranged, that's been ruined enough by social media or by their cousins that watch Star Wars. Maybe not social media because they don't really do that. But the fact that Darth Vader, because we've watched the movies, the fact that Darth Vader is Luke's father was already known to him. The movies are way better than the books. Probably for general audiences. I think there's some people out there that really like the books better, but they may not be moviegoers. Gandalf ditches the party, kills the boss, gets all the XP, and comes back way too OP. I love that. I can't wait to see his reaction when Gandalf comes back. Josiah Sage says, my wife and I had a Lord of the Rings wedding. Josiah, we do a yearly Minecraft server for the community, and our server this year is Lord of the Rings theme. At the end, they said, if there was any objections, you shall not pass. Did you see the anime? So, Dyax, that was my first exposure to Lord of the Rings, was watching The Hobbit and the animated. I know them word for word. I know those movies word for word. We had the VHS tapes. I want to look at something because this would be my first test, and I feel like people don't do enough research.
Are you Marsha?
So let's do this. This is the very first video I pulled up on YouTube. When I start to do a no-hit challenge, I start researching. Well, first off, I like to play the game without any other knowledge. I like to try to just kind of fumble my way through. I feel like when you, no, Ray, you're completely allowed hijacking this stream. This stream is freeform. I may start drinking beer. You never know what's going to happen here. And I appreciate it. No, I don't apologize at all. This is what we do. This is the fun part. We may stop Zelda 1 and just start doing Ninja Turtles now. Probably not going to happen, I'll be honest with you. But I love the interaction with people. I can't tell you how many times new strategies have came about and we've discovered new things based off of one comment in chat. Ray, this is about 47 minutes long. Where's the boss that you speak of? Screw Tom Bombadil? I didn't know much about that character because I never read the books. Ninja Castle. About how many minutes are they named? The dojo. Oh, Shogun, right there. That's the guy you talked about. So this is the guy that you're talking about. So you can knock his head off and he swings at you. So what I'm seeing, first off, is his attack seems to be limited quite a bit and can be manipulated by doing jump kicks. And this head is doing a very similar pattern. And maybe that's the figure 8 pattern that you're talking about. But we don't have internet. Otherwise, I would totally join the server. Oh, that's cool. Yes, that's mastery of the strategy. So, from my perspective of this head, this guy here, ready? This guy here moves at you depending on where you are. 1. He attacks at you depending on how close you are. 2. Both are controlled by Doofus and the controller. This head doesn't shoot anything and does not move randomly. This head, oh wait, it came back in. Maybe it does? Then it goes back on. When that head comes off, what determines how it moves? Hold on, music would be good. So this head seems to move in a circle, and that circle movement is based off of your location. So if you're over here, you can get the circle over here. The circle will eventually move towards you if you spend too much time over here. But as long as you get back into the circle for him to loop around. So in this way, both enemies are depending on your position. This fight should be able to be 100% scripted, and you should be safe. There should be no reason to get hit here unless you make a mistake. But we're talking randomness. Doesn't look like there's randomness that is out of your control. He got the percentage needed to succeed. I would disagree that there's no percentage. It has to be studied and mastered. Absolutely, that's what we do. That's exactly what we do. And in this case, it looks like at the beginning of the fight, he allows for some randomness that he reacts to. Okay? Also, I have a question. In this fight, Ray, when does his head come off? Is it random? Like right now, he's going to start. Does he always start in the same spot? It looks like he starts in the same spot. And he kind of moved down randomly. And then the head came off after so many hits. Not sure, it's been over a year. I would argue that this boss starts in the same spot and moves based off of your location. So what I would do in a fight like this is I would not approach it with, all right, I'm going to get this hit in, this hit in, this hit in, this hit in. I would say I stand here and I wait for him to move to here, and then I jump kick, move to here, jump kick, move to here, jump kick. And because of my location and when I hit him and when it spawns the head in, the head will then do this cycle, which I can continue to do. And your percentage that you're talking about would no longer exist. This would be scripted. That's what I do in all of the games. I would argue this guy for sure could be scripted. I don't know because I haven't done it, but from what I see, who's the next boss? Because there's nothing in that fight that is random. I'm talking about randomly shooting things or randomly moving stuff in the I don't know if this is one of the guys that... Okay, that looks free. So full stunt done over again on one hit. Yeah, that one doesn't look too bad. So this is Krang. I'm not seeing randomness. I'm seeing randomness, but I'm not seeing randomness that's unavoidable. This guy seems to be able to avoid the randomness. Avoiding kicks are issue here because they are hit his fast attacks. So right now, it looks like he's choosing to jump kick through him so that if a kick happens, it happens the opposite direction and land far enough away to avoid the hit. So there's the kick, but he was already in the air. It would be a timing thing. Why did I get a bing on my phone? Who bangs me? All right, my wife tells me I have to pick the kids up from school. So I need to set an alarm. Yeah. And the stream will have to end a little early. Set an alarm for 1 o'clock. You turn me on, phone. Weird. So if this guy studied the randomness and minimized or eliminated it, it has to be figured out. Shenanigans. Well, so my wife's been having an issue. I'm not going to look at this anymore other than I'm surprised at, it looks like the strategy is just timing kicks. Timing jump kicks. How about Shredder? Now, I want to say this, Ray, I want to be very clear. You have to take videos like that with a grain of salt because this video here is only game capture, complete no-hit walkthrough, Ninja Turtles. I'm not seeing anything. Aha, the description of this channel. Please do note that I am using emulators and their save state features. This channel is not about mad skills, no save states gameplays. I never claimed to do it. So this is why I do FlawlessNES. This guy has a full channel full of no damage walkthroughs that he states buried in his description of his channel, not on the title of the video, not in the description of the video, and not in the answers of his comments on the video. But in the description of the channel, let me know the last time that you looked at a YouTube channel description. Oh, wait. Nobody looks at YouTube channel descriptions. So, Oniken, and that's what they do. That's what you do. Oh, here he's got a Battletoad. 4 months ago, he did Battletoads without damage. It was very important for me to separate myself from channels like that. Because I find the difficulty is not in doing it without damage. But to this guy's point, he's not trying to show off the difficulty of it. He's just trying to make something that's fun to watch. And he's allowed doing that. All I say is it should be in the title or in the description of the video. Channel descriptions on YouTube are only if you're bored or curious. Otherwise, it should simple channel name. Yeah. Right, Fabio. And the idea is he's saying, I don't claim to be doing these as full runs. I let everyone know in the description of my channel. Well, that is true, you do, but no one reads the channel description. And by not putting that information in the description or in the title, you are purposefully being misleading. And this goes for Ray. Ray, when we look at that playthrough and what he's doing, more than likely his strategies don't work the way that I think they're working because he's just waiting until he gets the right patterns. Yeah, you did hear you did hear a Fabio. I need you to sign some more of my my iron sword. Anyways, I want to I need to do something. That's all. Give me 1 second. Sorry. All right, we're gonna get back to this. We're gonna get back to this. How can you separate yourself from those so that you get more views over save state strategies? PLB, because I have determined mine as FlawlessNES challenges. I gave it its own name so that I'm not, if someone types in damage list, you're going to get a bunch. If you type in flawless, you're going to get my videos. I can't separate myself entirely, but what all I can do is not use the same terminology, which separates myself a little bit, and then be so ridiculously well studied that I can prove without a doubt that I am legitimately doing these things. One of the ways is having the run live on Twitch. Then now I'm doing the masterclass tutorial series where not only do I show the full playthrough live, the tutorial series goes through step by step everything I do, the strategies I use, why I use the strategies. And I think being as transparent as I possibly can is the way to legitimize my playthroughs, to separate myself. But to your point, I can't. There's no way for me to separate myself any more than what I'm trying to do. At least I don't think there is. Well, Fabio, I just started the master class for Ninja Gaiden. All right, keyboard cowboy. I shouldn't have stopped right before this guy. It doesn't matter. I forgot to split. This is a major asshole. No, I just couldn't avoid it. I tried my best, but it was a bad pattern. I probably should have got some more hits in earlier. And Ray, that's something like this is we're not even gonna get them. This is normally about 40 minutes into the playthrough, and it is a reset. I have tried for months to route that a more consistent way, and it's just not there. Yeah, it was a, and Diehacks, we always talk about that guy. If we had hindsight, I would have moved differently. You don't. And then I could have landed more hits faster, which could have helped, but I didn't. Fabio, that's awesome. I was asked if I could do at speed at the end of the masterclass, do the segment that I'm talking about, the level I'm talking about at speed without commentary, just to show it. I think I'm going to start adding that to the end of the videos. At least that guy's being a poser is better than being an outright fake. What do you mean by that, Ray? Ooh, what is the perfect number of beers to go bowling? Okay. Everyone shut the hell up. The video game stuff is not important. This is an actual number that needs to be discussed. So we will have doing baseline, you need a beer a game. In my opinion, baseline, you need at least a beer a game. And pre-beer would be good. So I could see having a beer when you first get there as everyone's getting their shoes on and whatever. That beer could be finished up at the beginning of the first game, and then another beer can be had for game one. That puts you at a nice 2 beers for the next game. You could even do 2 beers prior and then a beer for every game. So I could see 5 beers in a 3-game night of bowling. I would say 1 pre-game beer, 3 beers is 4 is what I would go with. 4 beers is the right amount. 5 if you're more having fun, but 5 is starting to go, it's starting to push it a little bit. I guess you could go less. 2 beers is the, and that's why I think you could go with 2 early beers. Just to get it, yeah. I'd say 4 to 5 beers is the right amount. If you're having 6 beers, it's because you haven't been bowling very good and you've got a case of the you know. Yeah, that's the words that I would use. I think 4 beers is the right amount. By the end, you're finishing up the 4th beer as you're finishing up your bowling. And then there's also the 2 or 3 beers that you have after that. But those are not included in bowling beers. A beer game, you should try tennis. Poser is kind of like putting on a show of legitimacy. Right, but you said poser as opposed to being an outright fake. I would argue that he's being an outright fake. He is claiming credibility because in his YouTube description, he's telling people that he's save stating and segmenting it. He is using that as his crutch to say, oh, but I told everybody in my description. He knows full well that no one reads that, or very few people read that. And he knows if he wanted, he could put it in the title or the description of the video, and he is specifically choosing to not do that. I think that keeps him from being a poser and puts him into, your terminology was an outright fake. He's an outright fake. That's my opinion, though. For Palace 8 boss, have you tried the flute or any kind? PLB, we have went through the gauntlet of trying to manipulate that boss. I've spent more time on that boss than any other part of this game. And at this point, every day I go through and you can see these tally marks. Where are they at? There's the tally marks there. Whoops, the tally marks there. The tally marks there. Every day before we start, I get at least 10 successful fights. I do fights over the weekend. Every day I fight that boss successfully 10 times. Sometimes it takes 15 tries. Sometimes it takes 40. At this point, I believe the only way to increase my likelihood of doing it is just getting better at the fight. So what do we determine with it? 2 beers starts getting loose and 6 sends you home. So what is the perfect amount? Do you agree with my 4 beer by the end of the 3rd game? Maximum 5 beers by the end of the 3rd game? Four or 5 by the end. All right, we January. It's a yep. And that's not our opinion. That is just the facts of the matter. Kind of want this. Nice. I'm actually becoming less how do I want to say it? When it comes to these guys that have these channels on YouTube, I've taken the what can I do about it route for quite a while and just been like, hey, that's what they choose to do. I don't choose to do that. I'll rename what I do FlawlessNES, and I didn't get hit. Who does that? What are you doing, die hacks? Oh, people didn't catch up. Good job. Good job. I think I got, if we're keeping track of hits, I think I got hit 3 times to Major Asshole, but I only keep track of where problems happen. Once you get hit, it knocks you into the pattern, and it's oftentimes you get hit 2 or 3 times. I have an Octocock in front of Palace 1 and Major Asshole. Those are my 2 spots where the run went south. Whoa, and then I almost ran into a bat because the boomerang went outside, or straight sideways. Straight sideways? Anyway, so I've been documenting these channels as I find them, because I think I have the potential that a larger YouTube channel that focuses on maybe more controversial stuff, things that I don't care to make YouTube videos about, may be interested in covering a video on channels that are claiming to do things that are not exactly true. That's all I'll say about it. I hesitated to be involved in it at all, but the more I see these videos popping up, and the more I try on YouTube, the more it bothers me, if that makes sense. Fabio, that's great for the Top Gun, huh? What a turn of a game. What a great game once you understand what you're supposed to do. I gave him credit for the acting job. Well, he's not even, Ray's not even acting because there's no audio, there's no voice, there's no nothing. It's literally just the gameplay. So there's no skill in acting at all. YouTube is dying? I don't know about that. I hope not, because I'm pumping a bunch. Oh, I'm going to get hit. All right, good. I'm pumping a bunch of extra effort into YouTube, so I hope it doesn't die. I got as a kid. When I landed the plane on the last mission. Did I'm sure you saw my last video, or my video on landing the plane. I was surprised how many people boldly claim that I'm an idiot and that landing the plane was easy. It seems very, oh, I'll do this. Bing. It seems very easy to make that claim now. That's right, Sassy. Not dying, it's transforming. It is, YouTube is much different than it used to be. For sure. Is there archive? Well, Stereo, that's actually what I've always used it for, and I'm changing my strategy and not using it as an archive now, and more using it for exposure and revenue. And like I said, that's one of the reasons why these channels bother me more now, because they do have a negative effect. It's similar to the way I talk about speedruns and the accomplishments being watered down based on whatever. Having that guy beat TMNT without damage, and having a lot of people do it, or a bunch of channels do it in a save state way without being upfront that that's what they're using, and then I go through and do it, and it takes me a year of my life to do it that way, but they can pump out 3 of them a week. It hurts. It hurts what I try to do. As long as you're not using it as a sole moneymaker. My livelihood. YouTube and Twitch are my livelihood. This is how I put food on the table. Wasn't out yet. You were looking into it before I made that video. The most common. Oh, I'm not supposed to reset that. That's a terrible thing. Now this is all wonky, I bet. The most common argument that I get from people on that YouTube video is I talk about how the game doesn't tell you what to do in landing the plane. And everyone says, it says right there that you need an altitude of 200 and a speed of 288. And they're not hearing my argument. My argument in that was, yeah, it says that you need an altitude of 200, but it doesn't tell you that it can be anywhere from 100 to 300. You don't need an altitude of 200. You need an altitude of 100 to 300. 110 also is good. And I think that's the part that I was trying to make the point of in the video. And no, I mean, people got it, but oh, Ray, he absolutely did it that way. Well, he does it with all of them. All of these games are possible with enough effort to put in them. He doesn't want to put the effort into it, so oh, this is weird. He's normally not in here. So he segments his runs, which is also a very valid way to play a game. That's fine. But you need to be upfront that that's the way that you do it, is my argument. Failing at comprehension. Preposterous. Blitzman Zero. I know. I was shocked. I was shocked. Watching this on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Oh man, what a champ. What a champion. Yeah, Ray, and I'm excited to take a look at that game. It's just not, it can't be on the list yet.
He's going vertical, so am I.
Don't mind if I do. Marco Loco, I didn't get hit. What are you doing? I didn't get hit. You got hit.
I feel the need for speed.
Woo!
Ow!
Let's see where these bats get away from me for a second. I need one more pixel. There it is. Ooh, that's a big lot of words. If you had a version of TMNT2 that was just boss rush version, then yes, that would be the most useful to attempt. But in between that, you have gallons and gallons of footwork, study, optimization to beat all them foot soldiers and others flawlessly. But I like that work. So I suggest add a comment if you're a moron to the end of the videos. I don't have to say that. They do it automatically. All right, be the game, know the game, feel the game. The room of suck, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he got me, piss face. I got hit twice too. Hard to see in all of the explosions. And yes, I did declare piss face. Room of suck. That room of suck can do that. It's just a thing. Need a command for words, bots, words, many words. Oh my gosh, there's so many words. Is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. Wording, horde. Too early. I have words for your words. System. Do we do dance showdowns? I don't dance. You can dance if you want to. Ray? You know? You can dance if you want to. I'm going to learn how to dance. My wife next Sunday wants to start taking... there's a ballroom dancing thing in town. It's free. And she wants us to learn how to ballroom dance. So we're going to do that. I will soon know how to dance. I suck at it now. Actually, I may suck at it later too. I don't know. Ballroom dance. That's funny. You're a wizard, Harry.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastards! Come back here and take what's coming to you!
So, the Octo Rock was the real mistake here, which we don't have to worry about the Octo Rock anymore. And actually, I want to look at that. So, Octo Cock in front of one. Look at. Because there may be a reload there that works just as good, and then it's never a problem. And then Room of Suck and Major S. Well, those are just two spots that you get hit in this game. The Octo Rock was... I remember always Diehacks trying to not leave that screen because I didn't want to mess up my positioning and global stuff as far as spawn counter goes. But now I'm actually reloading the screen of the first palace. So if I'm going to reload that to get like I'm doing right now, I'm reloading to set spawns. One more. And now I've got the spawns that I want for 7. I do that for 1. So if I'm going to do that right at 1, then it doesn't matter how many times I load the screen before. I should have just left the screen and came back and that guy never would have hit me. But I was used to not messing that up because and this is just because the strategies have changed so much over the last X amount of time. Whoa. Aberbat Dabra. Aberbat Dabra. When I used to do that room at the beginning, it mattered, and I wasn't able to reload it. Dirty Banana. Is there a chance that the removed heads and Major are moving like dark nuts? Some attracted to Link, some... EP, that's not a chance, it's fact. Yes, that's how they work. That's how they work. That's why part of my strategy is to stand on the far right or far left and keep anti-Link as far away from me as I can. But EP, that is a fact. All enemies track Link and anti-Link. Well, no, there's a location of Link and there's a location of anti-Link. All enemies in this game track the target. The target jumps back and forth between the two. That's the difference. Someone's calling me. Hold on. Still not right. Hello? I did. I didn't respond, did I? As soon as you gave me that message, I set an alarm on my phone, but then never responded. I was just talking about that today on the stream where I do that. Okay. Okay. You could go get them and then unload the car. I'm just kidding. I'll get the kids. I gotcha. Okay, that'd be great. Yeah. Right now I'm in the middle of something, but okay, I'll see you when we get home. Bye. She wanted to tell me a story, and she said I could come in and tell the story on the stream tomorrow. I said that would be great. If you touch bubbles, that disables sword, but no damage is received. Does that? Yes, Cranberry, that disqualifies the run. This is, again, FlawlessNES is not just no damage. It's no damage, no hit, no negative effects, a perfect playthrough of the game. Yes, if you get hit by a bubble, it doesn't remove HP, but it takes away your ability to use your sword, which is a negative effect that your character can get, and it's avoidable, so we must avoid it. I don't know where I am in the game. So, Chaotic Enigma. Yes, not all hits cause damage, but in the flawless... Oh, you suck. That's on you, guys. That's on you right there. You just did that. Where's my pen? I had a pen. Did it fall? Sploosh. There it is. There it is. Still a long ways. Still a long ways. Go away, wife. I'm playing video games. Yeah, that's the I was talking earlier about differentiating myself from no damage playthroughs and stuff. This is our own little challenge. Our own little challenge we call Flawless. It is no hits, no damage, no negative effects or mistakes that can be avoided. To a degree, again, it's our own little challenge. If you go to jump on a platform and you miss the jump and have to jump again, technically, you didn't do what you wanted to do. That is allowed, you know what I mean? If I go in this door and I run into the wall and say, oh crap, I wasn't lined up, I don't care about that. I don't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, I know what I meant. Okay. Yeah, this has been a very broken playthrough. Like, what I'm doing anyways. Yep, I saw it too. What happens if you go back and look through that at a hit? If you go back and look through that, I saw that in slow motion. Go in there, throw the fire, wait for the boomerang guy to throw the boomerang, double shoot the boomerang guy, got rid of a bat, and then had a bat coming from the left at an angle, and then this bat came down and went directly to the side. If a bat goes all the way down to the bottom and comes in directly from the side, you must turn to shoot it. So I needed to turn and shoot it, but I was worried about this other bat. I just got trapped by bats there, which really sucks. Huge wangs. It's just good that it happened. That doesn't happen very often. It's good that it happened in a run that's just dead. Because it is. It is dead. You reached through the monitor and jiggled the controller. Yep, zombie, it was you. Oh, what a jerk. So, when this guy comes in front of us, we can't throw the boomerang at him directly. It may seem like you can, but you can't. Because what happens is he can throw the boomerang like that at any time. In this game, when you throw your boomerang, while you're throwing it and while you're catching it, you can be hit. You lower your shield. So when this guy comes down and lines up on you, you think, oh, I'll just throw the boomerang, stun him, and hit him twice. You can't do that because when you choose to throw the boomerang, you don't know when he'll choose to throw his. And he can throw his in such a way that it hits you while you're trying to catch yours. It happens so much more than you could ever imagine. I'm going to be impatient here because I don't want to wait. Yeah, if they could throw their bananas at angles, that'd be terrible. No, it's terrible. These guys there's a glitch that happens where they can throw their boomerang all the way across the screen. You have to watch out for that. Has anybody done Breath of the Wild damageless? No idea. I would imagine. Does anyone know that for sure? Oh, I already got boobs out. They've done it blindfolded. How about TMNT? RG3. I've done the original TMNT. And we were talking about TMNT 2, which is a game that I would like to look at for sure. But I've done the original. Hype. So we get to entertain all games for their flawless potential to the extent it's a serious and so Ray, I absolutely oh my gosh, only one at a time. Consider all games. And one of the reasons that I like FlawlessNES is it may seem like I make the games harder by saying no hit or no damage or no mistakes. There is still the if possible. So by calling it flawless, we're also allowing hits that are impossible to dodge. Here's an example. You can't do some games without taking damage. Wasn't it? It's Super Metroid where you have to take damage at the end. Like you have to. I never played Super Metroid, but something happens and it's unavoidable. Taking damage that is unavoidable is not a flaw. A flaw is a problem. It's doing something that can be avoided. If it can't be avoided, then it is the way that it has to be done, and it is not a flaw. That makes flawless span all games. Every game it can be done with that. Sports games. You can't do a no damage sports game, but you can do a flawless playthrough of a sports game. You determine what a flaw would be in the game, and you determine what a run of that game or a playthrough of that game that is perfect, what that constitutes. And we get to the flawless category allows us to determine that for all games. So it expands the library that we can consider. Cranberry, the room that the magic boomerang is in is a difficult room. And if you get the magic boomerang, whoops, I wanted to use the select button here. When you throw the boomerang out, remember, the moment you throw it, your shield is down. Right now, my shield is down. I can be hit. Also, when you catch it, your shield is down and you can be hit. I found that when you throw a boomerang that goes all the way across the screen, you lose track of when it comes back to you. So if you throw the boomerang and it goes farther away, the magic boomerang goes all the way across the screen. It's much easier to lose track of it and have it inconvenience you by dropping your shield later on. So it's harder to get. And in my opinion, it's less useful for that reason. And for the other reason, the reason that it can cause you to lower your boomerang when you're not expecting to. Yeah, RG3, there's a list on YouTube. We did TMNT like 3 years ago. We did it a long time ago. But yeah, Cranberry, there's a reason we don't collect the boomerang. And I forgot the rocks on the 2 screens of a level are random. Okay. I thought that there was some randomness in like falling objects in that game. All right. I had to remember where I was. Being very sidetracked today.
Look, you stupid bastard!
Yeah, Rain, that's stupid. 40%? Ugh.
Just a flesh wound.
You ignored the butt. Yep, I did. I did. Someone asked me why I get the why I get those hearts. I'm trying to remember to not get them so that we can just collect 13, which is a baker's dozen. But I always forget and collect too many. Make not closed. What? If you collect 13, you will have 16, all of them. Because you start with 3. No, I'm only going to collect 10. You only need 12. Black, it's Ganon's? What's Ganon's? Get out of the way, piss hats. Yeah, they really are. Both of them. Does you have a key? No. Yeah, you gotta have a key for the big chests. I hear one makes raisin oat cookies. Oatmeal raisin cookies are friggin' fantastic. Oh, they're so good. I want one now. Top 3 cookie. What are the other 2? Weevil of Doom. Zombie, you don't like oatmeal raisin cookies even with tea? You love tea, don't you? I'm imagining you love tea. This is because of the stereotype. You know, you love tea, I'm sure. This is still my favorite. This has become my favorite strategy in the game. We're going to hamstring him. You and you. Done. Snickerdoodle and lemon. Ooh. Yeah, lemon for sure. Not because you're British, are you sure? But I'm sure it helps. Snickerdoodle or sugar? You're for fluffiness is king. Oh, Ray, I don't know. So Ray calls me king. King Ray. I have a friend who, when he was a young boy, somebody say young boy? His father played Zelda with him. His father had get Triforce for him after beating the boss. His father now deceased, but we honor him while playing Zelda together. That's awesome. Cranberry, that's really cool. It is an awesome reason to play Zelda. That triggered YouTube recommendations and found your channel. Wow, that is cool. I had an endless debate with my British friends about microwaving water to make tea versus using a kettle. I don't find a difference myself. Unless you're microwaving it in like a plastic cup or something like that. Definitely getting an oatmeal raisin cookie today. Soft. Ooh, Weevil of Doom. Soft, chewy, or hard? Like, well, let's say soft and chewy versus harder. For oatmeal, I've got a gambit of cookies because there's one cookie that was not suggested that I deem to be one of the best cookies. Hard cookies should be illegal, and that's for oatmeal raisin cookies. Yes, but there's a cookie out there that is hard, that is one of my top 3, and it is a hard cookie and should be hard. Ah, there you go. Ginger Snaps. Ginger Snaps cookies are a top 3 for me. And they need to be hard. Oh my gosh. But other than that, the rest of the hard cookies can just frig right off. You're just trying to be Ginger Snaps and you suck at it. So don't even do that. Stop being a shitty hard cookie and soften up like you should. You know what I mean? Best Girl Scout cookie? I don't We don't really eat Girl Scout cookies, so I don't know. There's anything wrong. We just don't know any Girl Scouts. And we're not in a position to have them, like, offered. I also feel like they're super expensive and not worth it anyways. Like, if you had a family member that was in the... Whoa! Look at this! He's broke! I've never seen that. He's split. What is going on? I can't even see him. Now they're both... Wait a second. Can we do something? Can we manip this? He's not split. It's that they're no longer lined up on him, and one of them is screen wrapping and the other one's not. But why did they stop lining up on him? That's interesting shit right there. For some reason, so it looks like they split. But what happened was he was here and the circle somehow stopped following him. And then the circle screen wrapped. So some of it was at the top and some of it was at the bottom. I've never seen that before. My daughter's friend's yearly Girl Scout cookies about a week ago. What are the good ones then? He was doing the wave pattern and the expansion pattern. Ian, he can't do the expansion pattern. That's a different Petra. That Petra doesn't do it. He just does the wave and the single. Like I said, I've never seen that before. Someone clip it. Please. Girl Scout cookies include... Okay, well, I gotta read. Thin Mints? Nah. I think those are just overrated. The caramel ones, and that's like the little cookie, the caramel and covered in chocolate. I would say the peanut butter... So, from what I remember of the peanut butter cookies that are from the Girl Scouts, is that the peanut butter, when I'm thinking about peanut butter in any kind of a treat, cookie, whatever, you're comparing it to Reese's peanut butter, right? At least I do. There's something about Reese's peanut butter that kind of sets it apart. The peanut butter that is in those cookies, I just don't think is as good, but I think people like them because overall... Girl Scout cookies are kind of suck. They're like, well, they kind of suck. Blue Girl Scout cookies. And then the peanut butter one's like, yeah. But I haven't had all of them, so I don't know. I'm just making assumptions. For me, haha. Not happening. Go ahead, waste your money. Waste it. Please do. I dare you. A double frickin' dog dare you. Frickin' dog dares. It was stuck in the wobble part of its pattern, and the coding assumed it was alternating between wobble and normal circle. So if it stays in wobble long enough, the math starts getting weird and they drift out of the roughly oval shape. Really? He wasn't in it that long. And it did look like they pulsed once. We need to clip it. Okay, so you've seen it before, McMonkey, anyways. You guys are talking about Girl Scout cookies, and I think I'm just going to say that they suck from now on. Yep. I'm on team Girl Scout cookies are overrated. They're too expensive for how shitty they are. Are they a cookie? And baseline cookies a treat and are enjoyable to eat? Sure. But if we're comparing them against good quality cookies, they suck. And you pay too much for how much they suck. I've said it. I have spoken. I feel comfortable on this hill, and I will die here. They sell the same Girl Scout cookie at the dollar store. I don't go to the dollar store. I don't go to stores. I don't leave my house much, if I'm being honest. Where am I at? Bubbles. Turn around, Bubble. Dick! All right, my bad. This run just went to shit. Well, actually, it was already shit. My bubbles. Yeah, Raz, they suck. I'll go as far as to say Girl Scout cookies suck, and the only reason to buy them is if you have somebody in your family that has to sell them. And you should only eat them because you were forced to buy them. Apparently, I guilt bought them but never ate them. Makes sense. What's up, trucker hat? My daughter's best friend wasn't a Girl Scout, I'd never buy them. It's because they suck. Makes sense. There are not that many prepackaged cookies that are very good, now that I think about it. Ooh, there's one that really is terrible, but for some reason, I can't not eat them, and that is the disgustingly over-processed holiday sugar cookies, the round ones with like the fake super sweet frosting that like when you bite into them, they kind of just crumble and melt. I don't know why I can't not eat those. You eat one of them and it like flips a trigger in your brain and you zombie eat 3 more. You know what I'm talking about, Weeble of Doom, don't you? My mouth is watering thinking about them. You get them in the plastic trays and they're aligned like in rows. There's no reason. They're not that good. They're like powder. Yeah. But there's something about them. The perfectly softness of them and taking it just, it's a textural thing with the amount of sugar that's, I don't know. Those are a processed cookie that I can't not eat that are not really good to eat, I'm sure. Exactly. Nilla wafers as well. Nilla wafers are another good one, though I will say that they can go stale easily and really suck when they're stale. The wafers are good. I only like them in banana pudding. So the thing about the banana pudding is it ruins their structural integrity. Why are you beside me now and not in front of me? Oh, I'm running into the room. That's why. Wait, there. Now he has to spawn in front of me. Yeah, the whole like Chips Ahoy and other packaged cookies, they all kind of suck, right? I want to keep this out. They all kind of suck. I'm trying to think of another packaged cookie that beyond the sugar cookie. Ginger snaps. You can get a bag of ginger snaps, but that's just because I'm a bit of a ginger snap slut. You know what I mean? I like them all. Put them all in my mouth. Just all of them. I don't even care. You drop them on the floor. Expired, stale, doesn't matter. Stale is a little bit different, but ratio of peanut butter, a regular size Reese's peanut butter cup is completely different than a small size. We need to talk about the ratio? That one is effort. I can see, yeah. That may be why I accept so many commercially made ginger snaps is because, yeah, the making them. You try to get them to the right snappiness and you're very easily going to burn them. Okay, he needs to be watched now. Got him. So you're talking about the small Reese's cups don't have enough peanut butter is what you're saying. Because the small Reese's cup require more chocolate for structural purposes because it's smaller and it has a coating of chocolate. Same way as if you took a Reese's and made it a lot frickin' bigger, it would have a lot more peanut butter to chocolate ratio. And are you saying it's a bad thing, or are you wondering why they don't keep the ratio the same? And I would say it's because they can't keep the ratio the same. If you had a giant Reese's cup that was like yo, by yo, the thickness of the outside of the chocolate would have to be huge in order to continue the ratio properly. Same way as if you did a small one, the thickness of the chocolate would be way too thin. Or am I missing the conversation completely? Have you ever had a half-pound Reese's cup? I have not. That's why the Jack-O-Lantern and the Christmas tree Reese's are superior. Because it's thinner chocolate and more peanut butter. Those things are mostly peanut butter. Which arguably is mostly sugar in a Reese's. Yeah, the chocolate. That's why they can't maintain. They have to change. Raz says he likes that there's two different ratios. Yeah. Like if you're taking a mini Reese's, you're getting the chocolate hit. And the normal Reese's is going to be more peanut butter. I am staring dead at the screen because I don't remember where I am. You guys, our conversations are making my mouth water and making me forget. I remember now. I'm smart. Let's go. Are way too peanut buttery? Norp. Norp. You don't eat Reese's for the chocolate. If you eat Reese's for the chocolate, that means you go swimming just to get wet. You don't go swimming to get wet. You can go swimming to cool off or whatever. You're eating it for the wrong reasons if you're not in it for the peanut butter. Did Kit Kats get worse? That's an honest question. I feel like the chocolate that they use for Kit Kats or something changed. I feel like Kit Kats were better than they are now. I hadn't had a Kit Kat in a long time, and then I had one, and it was like, yes, the chocolate is nasty. Okay, all right, I'm not crazy then. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to get some from that lady floating in black darkness.
Receive Stephen.
Get him, Stevie! Oh, yeah, there you go, more dogs. Get him, I dare you, Stevie. Get dove. Get dubbed, Stevie! That's fun. This could be a good round if you survive it. But you won't. Oh. Wait. You can still survive. Somebody dubbed. Linda. Are you serious? No life. 279 kills? That son of a bitch. He survived. What? You didn't get 1,000? Did you get 1,000?
How much did they pay you to spy on us?
$2.15.
Let's see it.
Shut up.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Stop the talking. 741. That is by far the highest score, the highest kill count anybody has ever gotten. You will not succeed from now on. Oh, wow. Everything's got worse. Snickers are still good. I had a Snickers not too long ago and I liked it. But I'm glad to hear that it's not just me that thinks that Kit Kats got weird. This is not the best music on the NES. This music makes me want to accidentally sit on my testicles. When it comes to Milky Way, I only like mine once a year. Trick or treat, fun size Milky Ways. Yeah. Who eats a full Milky Ways candy bar? What savages. You don't eat a full one. You only eat them in trick or treat candy, and it's got to be the bite-sized ones. You could also do like, there's the bite size and then there's like the other one. What's it, like bite size and fun size? Like there's one that's yo and then there's one that's yo. Those are acceptable. But who eats a full size Milky Way? Again, the ratios are off. Right? Snickers just getting fucking butts. It has to be the bite-sized midnight dark chocolate. Now, I can go milk or dark. I'm not one of those. Weevilo probably doesn't like dark chocolate. Ooh, I'm making an assumption. Weevilo, you don't like dark chocolate, do you? I'm just guessing at this. Like, I feel like Weevilo of Doom doesn't like it. Oh, he loved dark chocolate. I was wrong. Now I'm a bad friend. Now I'm a bad friend. I like dark chocolate. I also like milk chocolate as well, though. He does. He does. Proven. Oh, you don't like milk chocolate. See, that's what I said. I was wrong. But I would rather take a bath with a toaster than eat black licorice. I can eat black licorice and like enjoy it for the odd taste that it is. It doesn't disgust me, but I will not go out of my way. I'm not going to go out of my way for that licorice taste. But if someone gave me a candy and was like, this is licorice, and I was like, I'll have it. Black licorice is your favorite candy of all time. Have you ever had, there's a German candy, or is it a Swedish candy? There's a candy out there, maybe a German candy that's known for, no, it is not, it's Swedish. It's a Swedish candy that is known, it's like, it is a, you have to like black licorice, which they do. They do. They're all up in that. The salty one. I think it is. Yeah. I was at a wedding. It's the guy that I was talking about earlier. And you like Jaeger. You would, yeah. Sassy, we're going to get together with Weevil of Doom one time. We're going to do some bombs. Some Jaeger bombs. Has to be cold. Want to be best friends? Sassy has a lot of best friends. It's because she's awesome. So schedule changed a little bit. I got the phone call from my wife. I have to pick up the kids. I'm going to get a beep, beep, beep notification here in a couple minutes. I forgot what the bracelets do. The bracelet in this game allows you to push the rocks deranged. That allows you to access the Underground Railroad, is what I call it. The stairways that allow you to move around the map. The underground, it unlocks the Underground Railroad. Uno momento. I don't drink a lot of alcohol, but when I do, it's either Jaeger, Scotch, or tequila. I don't consider beer. I drink that like what? Yeah. Beer is a drink. I don't classify that. Like when I think of alcohol, like yeah, I'm actually kind of similar. When I think of alcohol, I think of it as like I don't really drink liquor. Just not my bag. At least not yet. I've talked about wanting to get an acquired taste for things like Scotch, but I just haven't got to it yet. I'm happy to have that journey of the appreciation of that. I'm happy to have that as a go-to. Nice to have those things. Like that's not something that I do right now, but I could see myself doing that later on in my life. Right now, I'm appreciating beer and brewing beer and things like that. Speaking of brewing beer, Weevil of Doom, how's your dad's beer? You guys drinking it yet? Weevil's going to meet up with us in Greece. Get a red potion instead of the heart containers for the lulz. Deranged, I would do that except for it messes up my strat. It messes up the route. I get the 12 heart containers needed to get the magic sword as fast as I can. Then I go to 8. After that, I don't need the heart containers, but after that, I've given up all the opportunities for the red potions. Well, I got to make it out there. We tried years ago for the Portland thing. If YouTube is doing one thing, it's going to push me to conventions more, I believe. As I grow a YouTube channel and I focus a little bit more on the content over there, convention goers are much more YouTube watchers than they are Twitch watchers. One of the reasons why YouTube and me, or the conventions and me have never really been as profitable. Not profitable, but I've always had to pay for all the conventions out of my pocket. And I think if I grow a big enough YouTube following, conventions will want me there and I won't have to pay, which could make more conventions throughout the year more of a possibility, which could lead me to get back to Portland like I've always wanted to. So I hope that does happen. Oh my gosh. 3,000 bottle. Well, don't waste it on me. I understand that you have a different special person in mind, but like that's one that I have no palate for scotch. Portland's an easy trip. Actually, Sassy, that's a good point. We should go to Portland Retro. When is it? Oh, I don't know if I could do it this year. I'd like to go to the con before I actually am part of the convention. Not saying I would ever be able to. In October. Wow, it's almost perfect. I don't think I got. Oh wait, no. When was it? No, it's earlier October. Oh my gosh, I think I could probably do that. Very glorious day in history. Okay. Mike, I hope you're doing well as well. Sassy, put your feelers out. For you guys, it looks like Portland is the October 9th through the 11th. Can we fly to you? Zombie, I do want to get over and do the European Speed ESA. European Speed Association, something like that, like GDQ. I'd like to do an ESA. I think it's in Sweden. I also want to go to Ireland for a Guinness. I may be on that side of the pond is what I'm saying. But I don't know when. Arno would be down to do ESA. I'd love to make that trip with you, Arno. That'd be great. Extra. Well, speaking of extra sexy ass, Buzz is here. What up, Buzz? Yeah, that would be fun. Just chilling. Well, I got to end the stream a little early today. I've got to pick the kiddos up from the school. Got to pick the kids up from school. So we didn't get anything else. I did want to run through the next video of Ninja Gaiden will come out on Wednesday. So we're going to play a little Ninja Gaiden tomorrow and work through the strategies a little bit. We're trying to get a good route for Jakio. We worked on that a bit. I know how I'm going to do the demon head kill, or the way that I'm going to use in the tutorial for the demon head. But tomorrow we're going to focus on a little bit on the stages. I've already routed Act 2. Act 2 is very straightforward. I've already routed Act 2, Act 3, and Act 4. They're quite straightforward. Acts 5 and 6 is going to take a little bit more time, but Jakio is the fight that I think most people are going to have a hard time with for the flawless playthrough of the game. I think Jakio is going to be... I'm going to need to spend some extra time there. I need to look at what I did specifically. What I did specifically in the fight, I'll probably include, but break it down. I did double hits. And I need to look at that. We'll look at that tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be another playthrough of Zelda and then some focus on exactly what I want to do for stage or mission, not mission or stage, Act 2, and then Jakio. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to raid the replay channel. I mentioned it a little bit earlier this morning, talking about how my move to YouTube is more financial than any reason. I really love live streaming, and this is what I think I was kind of meant to do. I like live streaming, but when it comes to my livelihood and being able to spend more time with my family, I need a little bit more funds, and YouTube is turning, so far, looking like a better way for me to increase that. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on YouTube, but the other thing I want to mention, this is where it's coming to, is the replay stream. The replay stream was brought up for you guys to catch up on the things that you've missed in this. This live stream has been going for 7 years now, and there's a lot of shit that's happened and a lot of stuff that you didn't even know that's happened. So I have a replay stream that goes 24 hours a day. That replay stream shows everything that's happened up until this point. You get to see when we made Master Clean, when we programmed different parts of the overlay, when we routed Ninja Gaiden for the first time. All of that stuff just is playing, and you can catch up on that. But it's also a great way for you to support the stream without having to dive into your checkbook. Pull out your checkbook. Just by lurking in the replay stream, you drum up some ad revenue for this stream. So if you can, when I raid over the replay stream, if you can just leave the browser tab open, you can go ahead and mute the browser tab. Don't mute the player because it doesn't act as a view, but if you mute the browser tab and just lurk in the replay stream, you are doing wonders for me as a content creator by drumming up some ad revenue. This way, you don't have to pay for it. We can make the big advertisers. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for a fantastic day. Can't wait to do it again tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody. See you later. Bye-bye.